allow me to start this session. The time is 1:30, so that it's good to start on time. We have 1 hour for our discussion of Network 2022. The era of uncertainty and the EU opportunity is the basic title, and subtitle for our panel is as the energy crisis beats is a food crisis next. So we want to open this issue. My name is Franz Bogovic. I am Slovenian, also Institute Anton Korošec from Slovenian Institute is from Slovenia, which cover this panel. Otherwise, I'm a member of European Parliament. That's my second term in European Parliament, and my background is agriculture. I'm an agriculture engineer and also a producer of apples at home, not only politician, so I work on this topic also in practical way, and I follow these changes in last 3-4 decades, in which direction we go in the Europe. And I'm very happy that today with me are Emma Braun and Herbert Dorfmann, two panelists. Emma Braun is Director of Public Affairs at CropLife Europe. Emma Braun is, as I said, Director, the European organization which represents the crop protection industry. She joined CropLife Europe earlier this year from a strategic communication and public affairs consultancy, where for the past 6 years she was the Director of EU Affairs and Head of Brussels office. In addition to her policy work, Emma also holds a position of Vice President of the Society of European Affairs Professionals. So welcome, Emma, and thanks for joining us. And the second panelist is Herbert Dorfmann. Herbert comes from South Tyrol. He is my colleague in the European Parliament. This is his third term. He started in 2009, and till today he's in European Parliament. He, as I said, he comes from South Tyrol, from Italy, and he represents people of the Euro region, Tyrol, South Tyrol, Trentino, and also Belluno and Friuli areas. So it's also represent people who are our neighbors of Slovenia on the border. He was born in Brixen, studied agrarian science in Piacenza. His professional career started as a professor of the Agricultural College, and later he became the director of Agriculture Department of the Bolzano Chamber of Commerce. He was also director of the South Tyrolean Farmers Federation for 10 years before he starting his political career as mayor first, and later he was elected in the European Parliament. So, as I said, we want to speak a little more about this situation which is in Europe today, and we can start this discussion with this, that we all know that this year we celebrate 60 years of CAP, and this is one very important thing. It means that we started common agricultural policy at the beginning in 60s. Today we heard that today is the day that we reached 8 billion population worldwide. At that time, they wait for the 3 billion. It was reached in 1963. So that at that time, the basic issue in European Union was how to produce enough food in the Europe after Second World War, destroyed Europe, also Europe in which was hunger. And the second very important topic, additional to have enough food, is to ensure also income for farmers, that they can survive, they can develop their businesses and also have quality life. We know that there were changes in CAP, and and evolution of this CAP from first this, as I said, production support, market stability. In the 90s, Franz Fischler, our Austrian commissioner, started and added the second pillar of agriculture policy, rural development, and decade later, and something more, environmental measures started after year 2000, and they are more and more important now. As we saw during the COVID crisis, thanks to common agriculture policy, we have resilient agriculture sector. And during this crisis, also we recognize that it's very important to have self-sufficiency of food inside European Union, but also inside regions, inside countries, so that not only the European level. After the enlargement of the European Union in 2004 and 2007, 2013, Croatia joined us. There is the trend that more and more production of food is in this old country or in northwest part of Europe. And I think this is one very important lesson also from the COVID, to have production all around Europe. When we thought that crisis over, came a war, what is much more than crisis. And during this war, we recognized that perhaps in the Europe in the last decades, we didn't think thought enough about military security, energy security, food security, at that time, as I say, is still on the quite normal level, good level. But there are some changes, and also we recognize during the war what means ban on food exports, energy crisis, lack of fertilizers, and such things influence a lot also on the agriculture. Now we have new common agriculture policy. In this financial perspective, agriculture policy is for 5 years, 2023 and 2027. Two the most important things are stronger environmental pillar and strategic plans, which are now preparing by countries, and in the beginning of next year we start with this new common agriculture policy. On the top of this policy, we also have a Green Deal and Farm to Fork strategy, which is more focused on agriculture sector. We know all these goals: reduction for 50% to use of pesticides by 2030, 20% reduction of use of fertilizers, 25% of organically agriculture, and other important goals which are in this strategy. After strategy usually comes legislative proposals, and we have that last time two very important and also two very challenging: sustainable pesticides use regulation, natural restoration law. And in European Parliament, when we discussed a lot about farm to fork strategy, we recognize that there is no real comprehensive impact assessment on this farm to fork strategy. It was later prepared by Wageningen University, and we see that there are some concerns, and also farmers are sometimes also afraid for their future. Also the question of young farmers, and sometimes farmers, or too often, are blamed as polluters, not as nature food producer and those who care for the nature. So allow me to start with this question. Herbert, if I may start with you. I said about a common agriculture policy and these basic things, that this is a success story which ensure availability, accessibility, affordability of healthy food for European. But as we see, there are many challenges, and energy crisis showed us and demonstrate that perhaps wrong policy on topics comes at the end to the problem of these problems like we have in energy security crisis. Price of energy is higher, and big problems for many sectors, industry, also agriculture. as I said, today we still are not in this situation in the agri sector. What is your opinion? What, in few sentences perhaps, about the role of CAP in this last 60 years, and do we pay, is there enough attention for the conditions for farmers, and through this regulation which arrives, is food security this what will be ensured also in the future?
Yeah, thank you, Franz. Good afternoon. Well, actually, I think we celebrated 60 years of common agricultural policy just last week in the European Parliament, and this was also an opportunity to think about what is the success after these 6 decades. And I personally think, yes, we achieved a lot of things. For the first time, as you mentioned, for the first time ever, European farmers produced enough food for European people. The hunger is not on the agenda anymore. This never happened before. I think we also have a very high, maybe one of the highest levels of food safety in the world. So we produce high quality food. It becomes a bit more tricky if we look at the farmer's income, because if you look what the founding fathers, no mothers at the time, only fathers, 60 years ago, thought about this policy. They said we need to guarantee sufficient income for farmers. On this, fundamentally, we need to admit we failed, because we are, most of the member states, largely below the average income of other people. And on this we have to work, because I think this is part of the attractiveness of the policy, because if we want to attract young people, and I think this is the biggest challenge for the years to come, we need also to guarantee profitability of this job to be a farmer. I think if we speak about food security, because this is the topic of today, it's clear that at least in the last 20 years, food security was always understood availability of food in Europe, in the European Union, taking under account international trade. And at least me and my political group, we were always, and I'm still in favor of international trade. In part, if it comes to agriculture, in part because we import things which we do not have, because we will never be sufficient in coffee or bananas or mangoes and other things. So simply we have products which are not available in Europe. But more and more, we became, as a European food industry and farmers and food industry, big importers and big exporters. So we are today the biggest importers and the biggest exporters. But for many products, we import, we transform, and then we sell. For example, we import feed, proteins mostly, we transform into milk, into meat, and then into cheese and into ham. And all over the world, people like, for example, ham from Italy. And this we export. So this is fundamentally a transformation of an imported product. And here it becomes more tricky, because over the year we developed high dependency from certain imports, especially feed. Today, 90% of soya which is fed in Europe, is not produced in the European Union, and 80% of the proteins. So this is a very, very high dependency on import. And so I think in these days we are speaking a bit about food security, food autonomy. On autonomy, I'm always a bit careful, because we need to take into account this international trade, because our industry is based also partly on this. But I also think, and this I fully agree with you, if you look what happened in the last 2-3 decades, speaking about common agricultural policy, especially here in Brussels, speaking about reforms, and we together we made 2, the idea of food security, or the goal, because any policy needs to have a goal, food security became more and more something forgiven, logic. We spoke about a lot of other things, about social conditionality, about environment, but one of the important, let's say, duties of the farmers is to feed this continent, came more and more out of public attention. And I had personally a very interesting experience. I was last year member of, or no, beginning of this year, member of the delegation of the European Parliament of the Conference of Future of Europe. And then immediately after Christmas, I was part of a working group which dealt with these things, and agriculture, environment, and so on and so forth. And after Christmas, we started to put down papers to write, and we wrote a very nice text about the future of agriculture. And at a certain point, I said, there were politicians, citizens, you know how this conference was composed. I said, maybe we should also write that one of the goals of agriculture is to produce food. And everybody said, no, fundamentally, Johan, they didn't say it like this, but okay, you're an old-style guy who does not understand what modern times are. This is bullshit what they are saying. The next meeting we had at the beginning of March, and everybody, literally everybody, spoke about food security and the importance to bring food security on board in this document. And I didn't need to say anything because the things were done. And so you understand that something happened now, because we saw with this crisis in Ukraine that yes, we achieved a lot, but we are highly dependent on international trade. And if one element creates a problem, like it happened with Ukraine, but Ukraine is by far not the most important trade partner for European agriculture. Imagine a problem like this with Brazil, with Argentina, with the United States. They are by far more important than Ukraine. So we saw what could happen in a very short period of time, and to have a certain level, and with this I say, of food security and a net of reliable trade partners is extremely important. And this, just one sentence on energy. I think if you look what happened on energy, if you look in the last 10 years, we increased our dependency from import more or less 1% per year. So we went in 10, 12 years from 50% of energy imported, 50% produced in the European Union, to 60-40. Today we have 60% we import, 40% we produce in the European Union. So this was not a fast evolution, but it was a slow evolution year over year, because we took decisions in the European Union, or member states took decisions, say, okay, producing coal is an environmental problem. It's true. But we didn't stop to use coal. We just stopped to produce it. And we accepted that the environmental damages in Russia, if we are honest. We said, okay, there is a danger in nuclear power stations. Stop them. But at the same time, we were not able to bring renewables at a high level, because the biggest member states who decided this today in the energy mix has one of the worst percentage of renewables. Not because they're fault, also because they do not have the possibility of hydropower stations. There are other reasons, but they did not achieve the goal they wanted, because they produced they had the big pipeline which brought gas, and they wanted to construct a second one. It didn't work. But year over year, with this idea to say we need to be better than the others, we came into a high dependency of energy. And today we see what's going on. And I personally think, and I'm not among them who say, no, in agriculture everything is fine, we need to no. For sure we need to have a look how to improve, how to become more sustainable, how to use less pesticides, how to use less fertilizers, sure. But we cannot do this without scientific base. And this, I think, is the problem. It doesn't make any sense to say with a legislation now we reduce the use of pesticides in Europe by 50% without creating a path how to do it, without investing in research, without thinking about the new possibility of genetic research, of new breeding techniques, and so on and so forth. And this, I think, we need to do, because otherwise happens exactly the same thing. You produce apple, but if you do not have the possibility to treat them, maybe your apples tomorrow are produced in Turkey or in other parts of this world, and then we come not fastly but slowly into the same situation. And this I think we should not risk. We should, and this does not mean, as somebody says, to be conservative and not to accept that we need to be, let's say, on the forefront if it comes to the Green Deal. Yes, this we need to do, but we should not be blind. We should not be blind, and on the other side also a bit, let's say, not honest, but because simply transferring environmental damages to other parts of the world is not honest. It's also a problem of, let's say, of honest policy here in Europe.
Thank you, Herbert. And yes, we make this linkage between energy and agriculture. I think that there are many similarities, and it's necessary that we listen this and see these messages which we got through this crisis. Emma, you are a representative of industry which helped in the 60s, 70s, 80s to produce more food. It was also called as industrialization of agriculture, and also there are some impact on the environment, and also decrease of biodiversity happened. And as I follow your work and Worker Association and other, you also agree with these changes. And what is the way in which the industry and want to answer on this different situation now in Europe, and especially on the topics of pesticides use, which is a very challenging topic today.
Indeed, very challenging. Firstly, thank you for inviting us to speak. The crop protection industry has spent years investing, as you put it, in looking at and developing research in innovative solutions. We can't, as you said, the farmers, it's a business to them. They need to protect their investment. Whilst we support the transition to a sustainable agriculture, we cannot deplete the farmer's toolbox and make it harder for them to produce food and to protect their investment. In terms of the crop protection industry, and I can speak on behalf of CropLife Europe and its members, we back in 2020 actually committed as part of our 2030 commitments to invest 14 billion euro into these innovative solutions, and those solutions are digital and precision agricultural tools so that the farmers can monitor and manage their land better. Biopesticides was also another element, which are alternative solutions to the conventional pesticides, which you both mentioned is under discussion at the moment. And then even, you mentioned, Herbert, the NGTs, so the plant breeding. With investment into plant breeding and a clear regulatory and inviting framework, we would be able to support farmers in producing more, in increasing their productivity, but also in managing times like we experienced over the summer with an extreme drought, and the crops would be able to resist certain climatic changes. I think overall, we obviously the farmers face a very challenging time ahead. They are trying to maintain their production and being asked to increase production, but we believe that part of this transition to a sustainable agriculture and to preserve the to preserve that productivity, we need to invest in innovative solutions, and that's where we have put a lot of effort in.
Thank you. If we go, Herbert, no more deep in this regulation which we got on the table, we all know that the Green Deal regulation and Farm to Fork, which is part of this big umbrella of Green Deal, started in 2019, 2020. We heard and we said that many changes happened in this time. And in our EPP group, we agreed with the direction and also some figures which were inside also in Farm to Fork as a strategy. And now we got legislative proposals on the table. And in this legislative proposal, there are figures, this is regulation. For example, for my country, Slovenia, in which we have 38% of Natura on agriculture land. If we add parks, regional, national, and also water protected area, we reach 51% of agriculture land, which is inside this sensitive area. And it means for Slovenia to reduce use of pesticides for 59%. So it means that it's not tailor-made regulation. This is for country, but it is on the base of some proposals. And inside EPP group, we have a lot of reservation about this. And this debate starts now. There is also, as always in European Parliament, fight of competence between ENVI and AGRI, also different positions. Present us your position also of EPP group. Herbert is also EPP Agri coordinator, so that you're close to these topics. You worked on a report of Farm to Fork, and please.
Yeah, I personally think to start with the, let's say, the positive part, I think we share the goal. So we share the goal, so we should do everything to reduce inputs in pesticides, also fertilizers. And I personally think also this is also in the interest of the farmers, because most of these products are also expensive because your industry is not so cheap. I also share, and Emma might not like this, but I share the idea of an independent advisory system. I think advisory systems should be independent from the industry, because it's clear if we want to achieve, let's say, the goal to have, say, plant protection we think plant protection, see the different, as Emma said, different elements, chemical protection, mechanical protection, whatever. You cannot have an advisory system which fundamentally is financed by one of the, let's say, of the companies, because, and this is not, I do not accuse companies, it's clear that each company, or the goal of a company is to make profits. This is, fortunately, we are living in a system where this is the case. But I think advisory systems should be independent. I share also largely the idea of the Commission of Integrated Pest Management, because I think integrated pest management should be today the normal system. It was maybe something special, and in my region, my place at home, we have a lot of apples, so high input of pesticides is a topic in the region, but we started with integrated pest management 40 years ago, and at the time it was something special. Now it should become something normal. You should plant protection product only if it's really needed, and not just because let's say you have a calendar when to put it. And we have a lot, as Emma mentioned, a lot of new elements today which we didn't have 3 years ago. For example, precision farming, the use of drones. I think we will have in next year a lot of new machinery, which, because I personally think plant protection products should go to the plant and not to the soil and not to the not to the air. It should go to the plant. And we should use new technology, sensors and whatever to put the product only where it's needed. So this is all fine. What is not fine, I think, is simply to create a goal and say, okay, we need to reduce by 2030 by 50% without creating, as I said before, a condition to do it, and without looking or taking into consideration what could happen. Because unfortunately, and I see this in Italy, for example, but all over Europe, unfortunately, we had a lot of new pests in the last years. And unfortunately, these new pests brought the use of a lot of additional pesticides, unfortunately. And I think this is a bit like saying to a doctor, a medical doctor, say you need to reduce the use of medicines to 2030 by half, independently if you have a new pandemic or independently if there is a new problem, whatever, you need to use by 50%. This doesn't make any sense. And this is the problem. And this connects with what you, Franz, said, and your best example is your member state. This idea, because, and I'm aware I'm a bit politically incorrect, but living in a Brussels silo and writing legislation, you could say, okay, why you need to use a plant protection product in protected areas? And if you do not really have a look on the territory, what this means, it makes maybe sense. You say, no, but it's a protected area, why you need to use chemicals? But if you're going to look, what are these protected areas, where they are, and what is happening there? So if you leave a bit the Brussels silo, and you go to see on the territory what is happening, things change dramatically, because you start to understand that in a lot of these protected areas, you have vineyards, for example, high-value vineyards in a very complicated situations which produce one of the best wines in Europe. You cannot transform them all into organic farming. You have very different situations that you need to understand, that you cannot simply say, no, this is a protected area, without looking why this area is protected and say, you cannot use chemical products there anymore. So I think we need to be a bit more, as I said before, a bit more scientific or science-based and a bit less ideological on this topic.
Yeah. Thanks. For those who don't know exactly about this regulation, there is also no use of pesticide. It means also organic vineyard production is under the treat. So it's really, as you said, the proposal which was made in office. I'm sorry to say this, but that's my opinion. So it's really very challenging. In CropLife and also all other agriculture associations in Brussels, you prepared very good answer on farm to fork strategy when it comes out, and I'm sure that also you look at these proposals which are more concrete, and as we said, sometimes we don't understand very well. What's your view on these proposals, and in which direction you see how you can also help to go in this direction, which we all agree, but what are also concerns on the base of the proposals which are now on the table?
Yes, of course we are following the sustainable use of pesticides regulation quite closely. What I think you've both said is that we all agree and we support the ambition of the Green Deal and the Farm to Fork, and we have previously been very active. You mentioned the Wageningen impact assessment. What I think is crucial is that whilst we support the ambition and we want to take part in the journey, we also need to find a balance in marrying up the direction of travel, the ambition, without crippling farmers' livelihoods, without causing unintended consequences. What I believe in terms of the SUR specifically, but alongside the SUR, there was also the nature restoration law that was also adopted back in June. For the nature restoration, I think we all acknowledge that farming obviously impacts biodiversity, and we support reducing the impact on the environment and on biodiversity, but again, without jeopardizing the agricultural productivity. In terms of the SUR, I think you started on a positive note. I will also do the same. I think it's an opportunity to address some of the challenges that were identified through the implementation of the SUD, the directive. We also support integrated pest management and believe that it's great that the Commission has acknowledged that and made that a cornerstone of the legislative text. We believe that there could be further implementation of IPM, the integrated pest management, and perhaps that's where we can support the farmers, but also, as you said, plant protection should be a last resort, and we support that. And there are many options before that last resort is applied. In terms of another positive note, we believe that the SUR could be a vehicle for innovation. I spoke about different innovative solutions that we believe are available and can be available. What we do need is a clear kind of support for that to incentivize farmers to adopt these innovative solutions, to allow them to have a clear plan of when alternative solutions such as biopesticides will become available. And then finally, I would just like to say one element that hasn't been touched on is the targets that have been set within the proposal. What we believe is that these targets obviously stem from a few years ago and discussions, and obviously we believe that any targets that should be set or could be set should be realistic. They should take into consideration, as I say, the availability and access to alternatives, but also at the same time to take into consideration country-specific agronomic conditions and climate conditions. You mentioned specifically back home where there's a lot of apples. You also mentioned that you were an apple farmer. They are susceptible to certain pests. So we need to make sure that there are alternatives without, as you said, kind of putting the cart before the horse, making sure that we're reducing without having that support for the farmers. I think the overall a message that CropLife Europe, whilst, as I said, we support the overall direction, we do need a legislative text that is workable so that the farmers do not compromise their investments, and also so that we're supporting the asks that we're making of them in increasing their productivity.
Thank you, Emma. Just last two questions, and then also it's possible to raise questions and to ask panelists about these topics. Shortly about future, and we know all these goals to ensure to consumers safe, sufficient, affordable, nutritious food, and also I'm sure, and I also agree what Norbert said, Herbert said for energy sector, that there are different type of energy and that we need all. I think also for agriculture that we need biodynamic producers, organic producers, integrated production, traditional conventional production, and have a balance, and which is driven by consumers, and which food they ask, and also take in account for sure the nature. So I think that it's very important that we have also this trust in society, and sometimes this is the question, and also the trust between farmers, consumers, and traceability of our work. And these are new challenges also. I'm sure we still didn't start with this perspective 23, 27, but we think about future, and in which direction, Herbert, you think that European agriculture should go, also that we will be realistic, and also that we will keep these goals, which are also connected with topic how to attract young farmers, that they stay in agriculture. This is one of the biggest questions I think we also have the goal to keep small farmers, which sometimes have not access to precision farming because some machinery is very expensive, and it's really many challenges. And what is your advice as very experienced members of parliament and also somebody who is close to agriculture whole life?
Well, I actually think we should do everything in order to keep food production, agriculture and food production in Europe. And to do this, we need farmers. And this is honestly, my biggest concern, because we have a model in Europe which is based on, not all over Europe, because clearly with the European Union or the states have different histories and the agriculture has different histories, but this idea of a family-based farming system has always been, and I think is still an important topic. And this does not mean that there are changes, farms have become bigger, this is all clear, but I think this idea to have families which are on a farm, which are in rural areas, which create and produce food is extremely important. And I personally think we will have in the next years a big fight for young people in all sectors of our economy, because our generation will soon leave at least the quit to work. And if you look how many are the outgoing and how many are the incoming, you understand that the fight will be terrible. And in this situation, young people will have a lot of opportunities. And we need to create a situation where taking over a farming is considered by young people, by good young people, because we need good ones, an interesting opportunity. And to have this, we need to create a situation where farmers can have income. And I think we need urgently to change a bit the storytelling. This continuously blaming farmers, that they are destroying the environment, that they are producing badly, that people, I think, and here I'm a bit politically incorrect, but if I see what's going on here in Brussels, there's a lot of people which I'm very sure they never worked for one day on a farm, never. But they're going on here in Brussels to say day after day, making 20 tweets a day, what farmers should do. And they say this to farmers who went to school, to learn the job, and who are getting up at 6 in the morning and try to produce food. And I think we need to be a bit more outspoken on this and stop these things. Because otherwise, we come into a situation where young people say, why I should work more than others, my friends, work harder, get less money, and be blamed every day on media that I'm doing a bad job. Why should I do this? I'm trying, I will look for another job. And this would be a real disaster for the European agriculture, and I think this we need to avoid.
Yeah, I fully agree. In my country, usually, if you want to make a joke on this topic, we usually say that in past everybody knew everything about football, but today everybody knew everything about farming. But it was also a question in past if they knew about football, but it's similar today. Emma, produce with more innovation, precision farming, breeding technology, a lot of things is in this context you always mention. Is Europe the place for this? Is this the place in which we like innovation, we put this innovation in the place, or we have sometimes some obstacles which are also bigger than in other parts of Europe, and how to do in this topic?
I mean, as a vehement European, I do think Europe is that place. You're not wrong. There are obstacles in our way, and there are challenges ahead. But we've both spoken about how we've progressed over the course of the past 60 years in defending agricultural productivity through the Common Agricultural Policy, we're at a turning point now. We have the European Commission and the EU pushing ahead on digital transformation. We have to maintain and preserve our food security, and we have policymakers calling for a competitive Europe, for us to be competitive, to embrace the digital transformation, and to maintain or possibly increase our food production. We need to do something, and we need to do it together. I believe we need to do it together. It's not just about Europe, whilst they do need to ensure kind of measures in terms of policy measures that embrace innovation. They need to support trade-enabling policies. We will not be currently. You spoke about our competitiveness and the business and the cycle of imports and exports, and how that has made us competitive. That doesn't happen overnight. Industry needs to obviously continue to invest in technologies and alternatives. We need to provide the farmers with certainty. I've spoken to many young farmers over the course of this year where they do see possibility with these innovative solutions, but there is a huge uncertainty about whether they will become available in Europe. So I think, as I'll say, we're at a turning point. We need to move forward. We need to decide, do we want to remain with a regulatory framework that takes 11 years for a conventional pesticide from research to hitting the market, or 5 to 7 years for a biopesticide to be able to be approved and hit the market? We need, whilst I'm not querying the risk assessment or anything, but we need a clear timeline. We need to provide the farmers with certainty so that the younger generations look and see the possibility to develop the industry. If we look 70 years ago, I'm sure there were many farmers that were looking positively at the future. Was what was coming down the line with the Common Agricultural Policy and the support that was being given to Brussels. As you say, perhaps that support has wavered of late, and the geopolitical situation, the increased population, shrinking farmlands has painted quite a negative picture for the future. But I do think there is possibility, and Europe could seize that opportunity.
Yes, thanks for this optimistic conclusion. As we said, there are some concerns, there are some challenges. We got some wake-up calls also from all these crises happened in last 2 years, especially by this war. Herbert said we need farmers, we need people. This is challenge, as we heard. And I think that this is this for the beginning or for this first 45 minutes from our side. So we have last 15 minutes. If there are questions, the time is to raise your hand, introduce yourself, and raise the question or agreement, disagreement with this, what we said, or anything else. Who will be the first? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much, first of all, for your presentation.
There's a mic.
Yeah, Mike.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm Andrea Mogni. I'm a former official of the European Commission. Now I'm a consultant on Green Deal and related issues. 2 or 3 questions. I would like to have your comments, if it's possible, on the relationship between the use of land for agriculture and the use of land for production of biomass. You have read the 2 regulation or directive, which is being reviewed. Speaking about biomass, 70% of the renewable energy is made up by biomass. It's not solar, it's not wind, but it's biomass. So this is a major strategic issue for Europe, and particularly for the use of marginal land, including the alpine land. Second question is ETS. European Parliament is discussing ETS. There are big problems about ETS. Is it possible to extend ETS to agricultural sector? Question mark. The third issue is, from a consumer perspective, from my perspective, my interest is to buy something that is cheap and something that is reliable. So if I have a wheat coming from Canada, following CETA, Manitoba wheat flour, I prefer to buy Manitoba wheat flour than a wheat flour produced in a marginal land in Europe. So my interest as a consumer is to have something that is affordable, cheaper, and good quality. How can you combine the interest of the consumer with the interest of the producer? This is another question. Thank you.
Okay. Please, the second question, then I will ask Herbert these are topics.
Yes, thank you. My name is Fergus Sobera, and I'm head of the Structural Policies Unit in the European Parliamentary Research Service. So, excuse me. So our policy areas include both agriculture and transport. And I just take an example, asked a question on this idea of the overlapping impacts of one policy area on another. And that's why I think the topic of showing how the energy crisis, because energy being at the basis of everything, and people don't necessarily make this joined up thinking. Probably you're aware of over the summer, the AdBlue crisis in the lorry transport sector. And this is a direct result of climate policy or emissions reduction obligations on transporters, so that this has to be in their fuel. And because of the energy crisis, the risk is that up to 50% of Europe's 6 million or so lorries might just stop working. So then, the link with getting food to market, to shelves, and so on like that. My question then is, when we adopt such policies, this is very specifically in the transport sector, how can we change the mindset, in the Brussels silo, as you call it, of adopting policies so that, the knock-on effects right across different policy areas are factored in. We can't, of course, all see into the future, that there'll be a war here, that there, but we need to build in more cross-cutting resilience, and I just wonder how we can do that in the policy design. Thank you.
Thank you. Many questions, many topics which were tackled. Perhaps we start with Herbert.
Yeah, if I may start from the last question, well, honestly, we need people like you. We need impact assessment. We need science. So we need to have a look. And I think politics is a combination between decision and science. Cannot only be science-based, because politics then need also to take a decision. But needs to have a look at all these things you mentioned, because you rightly said in the food sector, we have the Ukraine problem, but part of the problem we have today, especially also on the price side, is also the energy problem, and prices, for example, fertilizer started to raise before the Ukraine crisis started, and then we have another problem, and this, I think, we are not, I said it also in the plenary last week, we are not discussing enough. If you look, for example, on the fertilizer side, is impressive what happened in the companies, because this was not a bad year for the European fertilizer sector. And it's too easy to say gas prices went up, so fertilizer prices went up. It went probably also up because competition is not fully working, because it's a bit strange, for example, that the biggest fertilizer producer in Germany had a loss in 2020 of 2 billion, and again a profit of 2 billion, so a difference of 4 billion from one year to another between 20 and 21. And the biggest European producer, Yara, 3 weeks ago paid an extra dividend because they are not getting rid of the money they have. And they wrote in their report, so it was had been enough for the European Commission to read the report of Yara, where they said, okay, this was a nice year for us because we bought urea and ammonia all over the world at a low price, and we made a profit from high prices in Europe. So they even said it. And the Commission comes up with a fertilizer initiative where they say, no, it's gas prices are high, so urea is expensive. No, it's expensive in Europe, but it was not expensive in other parts of the world where energy prices. So things are, as you said, are very often very interconnected. You need to have a look on this. On the first questions, well, I personally think. I've always been in favor of open markets, and as long as they are more or less fair. Then fairness, let's say the definition of fairness is always a bit complicated. But I think open markets can work only if we are convinced that also we have opportunities. And maybe on the example you gave, maybe yes, high quality wheat maybe is not the strongest part of Europe. But to buy this high quality wheat in Europe and transform it, for example, in my member state, into Italian pasta and sell this pasta all over the world, this is a strong part we have. And European food, and especially also speaking about my member state, Italian food is still a very strong thing we can sell. So I think we are in agriculture on the international trade. It's true that we have products where it is difficult for us to be competitive. And sometimes I think we have also to change a bit legislation to be more competitive. For example, the dilemma, I think since we are here, we are speaking about the protein plan for Europe because we have a disaster. The European protein situation is a disaster. But I personally think as long as we do not force farmers to bring proteins into a crop rotation, we will never have proteins in Europe because it's simply not, it doesn't make, from a financial point of view, it doesn't make sense. So we need to, and we do this now with our eco schemes to say, okay, if you come into rotation where you have proteins in the rotation, we pay you. Or some member states do it in the strategic plan. And I think this is the right way to go on.
Land use and biomass.
Biomass.
Yeah, I would just jump in on the 2 points that you made. I think in terms of the cross-cutting elements and the linkages across different sectors, I think one main point would be to look at having an outcome-driven policy as opposed to, in terms of agriculture, very much. And when we look at the certain policies being discussed in agriculture, is very much input driven, so that then you have the kind of real world impact. You have to look at the consumers and what will ultimately be the outcome of any decision. You also mentioned an impact assessment that obviously contributes to being able to shed light on that, but those do need to be comprehensive as well on the final text. And I think just to support the kind of trade enabling policies, it's two-way. So whilst obviously welcoming inputs from other countries, we also obviously are a massive exporter, and that increases our competitiveness and our je ne sais quoi, the terroir and everything of Europe as a global actor.
Yeah, I don't know, on biomass, I personally think it's a long way, and there was a big 20 years ago. There was a big enthusiasm about biomass, the use of biomass. There was the time of the 10% biofuel in all fuels, and so on and so forth. And then I think we started to see that there are also some problems, as you mentioned, with this. But I personally think the European Union, if you compare it what the United States did, the United States went on heavily investing in this, and today they have more or less half of the products they produce go into biomass and into energy. And we developed legislation which I think goes in the right direction with our DRED 1, DRED 2, and whatever we did, because I think in the cascade there should be somehow a cascade now into a priority for food. But after this, a priority for food, you have a lot of possibility to produce, to use biomass. For example, the percentage of manure which we are digesting in biodigesters is still very low in Europe. So a lot of energy we simply put away. It would be in this manure, but we don't use it. So I personally believe in this cascade idea to say, let us produce food, and then you see what are the byproducts, and then they have biomass, and then you have a completely different situation in the forestry, where I think that we should work for sustainable forest management. The sustainable forest management for me means that you use forest and not you leave them simply there. On ETS, we believe more in carbon farming. We think that we should produce carbon credits with innovative farming technology and sell these credits. I think this is, for the farmers, could be an interesting way.
Thanks a lot. Look, it's 2:30. If there is no any other question, I will conclude this session. Thanks, Emma. Thanks, Herbert, to be with us. I'm sure that this is a very challenging topic. As we said, sometimes debate, as we see today, are also ideological based, not evidence based, fact based, and we really miss impact assessment on some topics which are realistic and which are the driver of changing of legislation. So I think that it's a really very important topic, food security. It's not done forever, like sometimes people think, and for sure European Common Agriculture Policy is the basic pillar of food security, but also the pillar which ensure and save the nature, and also give other possibility in rural areas. We also speak in the European Parliament about long-term vision of rural areas, where are many other activities which are connected with different topics like tourism, like mobility, energy sector. And in this way, we think that we also can find new opportunity also for young people who will live in rural areas and will not be only connected with agriculture, but also with other topics. But for sure, agriculture is basically production of food, and we must ensure this food security, as we said today. Thanks to be part of this panel, and I wish you a nice afternoon. Thank you.
members, I was just informed that the French president and the Italian prime minister, Emmanuel Macron, and Giorgia Meloni will not be here this afternoon. They are together in Bali, but not talking with each other about migration. Here in Brussels, we will be talking with each other about migration. Today, on the 15th of November, we are here with the Martens Center. I checked the panel. I think I'm the only Belgian taking the floor. So I should remind you, also because of the previous panel, which was hosted by the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and the Politische Akademie. Today is the day of the German-speaking community in Belgium, and also King's Day, because of Saint Leopold, which is the German saints calendar for our first king. Our first king, Leopold, was an immigrant from Bavaria. He was then a transmigrant in the UK because he stayed there for a while, and then he left, and then he became a migrant in Belgium, was only able to stay because he had an arranged marriage with someone from France. Okay, we are now in different times. I'm not going to joke about migrants, but you see, it has been a topic ever since, and especially, of course, these days. My name is Steven van Eck. I'm professor comparative and EU politics at University of Leuven, so close by here, but also a research associate of the Wilfried Martens Center. Migration is back, migration is dead, migration is hot. Migration is back because what we did not expect is that immediately after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, migration was again on the top of the agenda, but now not from the south, but from the east, with for the first time the application of the Temporary Protection Directive. The issue was back, but in a totally different kind of political setting. We are not sure yet what the consequences are. Maybe that's up for the panel members later on to discuss. Migration is not only back, it's also dead. Because basically, since the European Commission in September 21 launched its package on migration, no big deals have been made. Probably the member states are to blame for that. And migration is hot. It was predicted, and so far the prediction is there. With the new Italian government, migration is again a hot issue. An Italian government that is supported by the EPP, by the way. So very interesting, and a very right moment for us to discuss this topic. Thank you, Martens Center. Thank you, Istituto Luigi Sturzo, who is also hosting this panel. This panel is not meant to evaluate the one or the other politician, I think. Otherwise, you would have asked a journalist to moderate. You asked an academic to moderate. So therefore, the aim of this panel is to have a better understanding what is going on. No worries, I will not do the job. I have an excellent panel for you. I will briefly introduce them in a minute. They will each of them take the floor, 5, maximum 10 minutes, so we have enough time for the audience to have an interesting Q&A, and we'll finish in 1 hour. I will present them to you very briefly in the following order of their presentations. First, Dr. Loredana Teodorescu. I will limit myself to the current position, Head of EU and International Affairs of the Istituto Luigi Sturzo, but previously also, this is the Martens Center event, so I should also add previously the Martens Center, and President of Women in International Security. Welcome, Loredana. Laurence Hart, Director of the Coordination Office for the Mediterranean of the International Organization for Migration. Soyez le bienvenu. And last but not least, Gianluca Brusco. You are a career diplomat, currently Justice and Home Affairs Coordinator in the PERM Rep, so the permanent representation of Italy to the EU. Thank you for all of you to make it here, and especially, of course, for Gianluca, given indeed the hot topic we're going to discuss today. The title of this session, From Ukraine to the Mediterranean, EU Migration Policy in Times of Crisis. I hope you enjoy it. Loredana, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stephen. Thank you to the Martin Center for promoting such a platform for discussion. You highlighted very well already the idea which inspired us when we decided to promote this panel discussion together with the Istituto Luigi Sturzo. In the last years, the European Union has mainly reacted to crises, to events, while we think that we should start thinking more seriously about a long-term strategy and also learn from past crises, especially when it comes to migration. So we are promoting this debate with, let's say, with two ideas, bearing in mind two ideas. The first one is the war in Ukraine. With the war in Ukraine, we experienced a unique, unprecedented solidarity at the European Union level. But despite our initial hope, I think that there is no guarantee that this will make the member states overcome finally the divisions over migration. And so there's no guarantee that this will translate into the reforms that we need in terms of migration and asylum policy. At the same time, we are very focused on what happens on the eastern border of the European Union, and we are somehow forgetting what happens in the Mediterranean region. And we know that we cannot just react and face one challenge at a time. So it's important for us, also being an Italian foundation, to talk about what is happening in the Mediterranean region. As you said, migration is, again, a hot topic, which not necessarily is a good thing. What I mean is that in the last years, migration has become a highly politicized, polarized, driven by emotion topic. And this makes it very difficult to talk about migration in a realistic way, based on data, facts, analysis, and to find a solution. And this is what we will try to do today all together. At the same time, it's a hot topic, which means that we should not lose the momentum again and have a serious discussion. You said migration is back, is dead, is hot. I would add that migration is here to stay. I think it's very important to highlight that the reasons behind migratory flows are still there and will be there with us for the next decades, which means that it's impossible and unrealistic to think that we can stop migration. What we can do is to avoid future crises, trying to alleviate the causes behind migratory flows, but at the same time being better prepared for possible future crises. And this means that we need a common migration policy. All the past crises and what is happening now is highlighting, is showing us once again that what we need is a common approach at the European Union level. And this should be considered as an interest for all. And I'm saying that because, again, if we look at the past crises and the lessons learned, we saw that this is not just an issue of managing migratory flows. What we experienced in the past is that when we do not have a common migration policy, the impact is much broader. We experience an impact in terms of security, because when countries are left alone, there is a high risk that they lose the control of their borders. We experience an impact in terms of politics whenever migration is instrumentalized, an impact on the credibility of the European Union. So we look outside vulnerable, weak, and this is why migration is also used as a tool to put pressure on the European Union. I have in mind the crisis at the Belarus border, for instance. And it has an impact on the sense of unity of Europe whenever it causes tensions and frictions. And again, we are experiencing this right now. And then, of course, there's also a humanitarian dimension, because in the end, we are talking about people. So, of course, there's also a humanitarian dimension. I think that today, during our panel discussion, we should mostly focus on two aspects, and I will say a few words about that. First of all, again, Mediterranean region and what happens there, and then solidarity, because solidarity is really at the core of our discussion. So what I said is particularly relevant for the Mediterranean region, because there, on top of the already existing challenges in terms of instability, conflicts, economic crisis, demographic challenge, let's not forget that we have in the African continent more than 22 million young people entering the job market every year and looking for opportunities. So on top of that, we have new challenges, for instance, related to the climate crisis, climate change, and at the same time, the impact of the Ukrainian war in terms of food security and in terms of inflation. We know that all these challenges create tensions, so the consequences are, in most of the cases, unpredictable. But what we can predict somehow is that if the situation gets worse, then more people will look for better opportunities and for protection elsewhere, also in Europe. And in Italy, we are already experiencing that with a rising number of irregular migrants, and I'm sure that Lawrence will further elaborate on that. So the challenge here for the European Union is, first of all, in terms of foreign policy, so how to strengthen the cooperation with the Mediterranean countries. Migration is an essential part of the cooperation with the Mediterranean countries. Of course, it's not the only one, it's not the only component, but in the last years, the European Union has turned increasingly to the third countries in order to manage migratory flows together. And we saw that cooperation is not always easy and not always delivered as we expected. So of course we should address those limitations and rethink our cooperation in a sense of a win-win partnership, also reshaping the relation and overcoming a little bit this donor-recipient mentality, and also communicating about the cooperation in a different way. But at the same time, we need to work internally within the European Union in order to advance the migration dossier, as the cooperation with other countries cannot be the only solution, and it's not cannot replace what we are supposed to do within the European Union. And here, the core issue, and this brings me to the second point, is really the solidarity. I mean, solidarity and responsibility sharing is not a new topic. It emerges always constantly, but it's still unsolved. And if we look at what happened with the Ukrainian crisis, of course, there we had a huge solidarity at the European Union level. I think this was really important in terms of trust. It can also help us in seeing migrants and refugees in a different way, and it also showed that the European Union is capable of dealing with such large refugee movements. But at the same time, it's also a very specific and unique case for different reasons. We are talking about European people close to our culture, with a strong relationship with the neighboring European countries. They were already benefiting from the visa-free regime. They are mostly women and children, so they are not perceived as a threat in most of the cases. And so it would be a mistake to think that this solidarity can be replicable and can be there again looking at other crises and other situations when we are talking about migrants from the Mediterranean region. And it's also a mistake to think that this will help us advancing the migration dossier, and this is not happening. So as you rightly said, all the reforms are still on the table. And so despite the promises of a fresh start for migration, I mean, the Dublin regulation is still there, and this is a huge problem for countries like Italy, because the burden on frontline member states is still there. But at the same time, we know that relocation, which would be, let's say, the only way to really overcome the Dublin regulation, is really a red line for many countries, member states, and at the same time, it didn't work in the past. So let's say that a temporary solution was found in June when some member states agreed on a voluntary solidarity mechanism. I think that this is an important step, is a first step, let's say, and hopefully it should pave the way for a more comprehensive approach. But at the same time, it's still voluntary. It was agreed just among a group of willing states. The solidarity is still flexible. And what we would really need is to have a more predictable mechanism, overcoming the emergency and case-by-case approach. And ideally, what we would need is an agreement among all member states and with legally binding solutions. And then I think that we should also rethink the solidarity. I mean, solidarity is based on mutual trust. But it means sometimes also making some concessions for, let's say, for a long-term self-interest, which in this case is the unity of Europe, first of all, and then is the assumption that solidarity will also be there in the future for other countries in similar situation. To conclude, I think that it's really time and it's really needed. What we really need is to talk seriously again about migration. Let's not forget migration. Let's not forget what happens in the Mediterranean region. With the war in Ukraine, with inflation, with the energy crisis, the risk is that we completely lose the attention on the topic, which on the contrary still deserves our attention. And then I think what we need is really political courage and a real commitment. So we need also a frank and open discussion on migration at the political level. This means also defining how a common migration policy should look like. It's not just about procedures, it's also about legislation, it's also about objective. So what is a political success for us in terms of migration? It's about implementation, funds, it's about a common position vis-à-vis third countries. And here I think that also, what is also important is to have this kind of discussions also with a closer connection among the political level and the community of experts, because these could help us bringing back the topic on a neutral table. Because as I was saying, this is highly politicized and this makes it very difficult. And third point, I think it's also about narrative. So we need to frame the debate in a different way. We also need to be frank and open by saying that this is a very complex issue. So there's not an easy solution to that. And then we really need to prevent the instrumentalization of fears and concerns of people. We should try to address them in a realistic way. So not getting serious about migration is really a risk, and this is why I'm really happy and glad to bring back the topic here and to have this kind of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Loredana. Before passing the floor to Laurence Hart, one quick follow-up question. So indeed, the war in Ukraine created a new momentum for EU asylum and migration policy, but we are now almost 9 months later. Do you think that the momentum is still there, or did we lose it on the way? Are you optimistic or rather pessimistic?
I think that we lost that momentum. So we had high hopes at the beginning, and we thought, okay, European Union is showing solidarity, so let's use this also for other contexts. We saw that this is not possible, but I think that with migration, we always have a momentum. You see now, if we just look at what is happening in the Mediterranean, this should create another momentum. And this is why it's really important to address the topic and somehow learn from the past crisis. So let's not lose the momentum, let's really work on that.
Okay, thank you. Certainly issues to come up with or to come back with by the audience later on this afternoon. Laurence Hart, please have the floor. What is your perspective on migration in times of EU crisis?
Thank you, Professor Van Hekke, and thank you to the Martin Center. Loredana, thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here, and you're going to hate me because I'm going to shower you with a lot of numbers. But I think it helps you to put into context. Now, on the screen, you will see the evolution of the arrivals on the European Mediterranean countries over the last 6 years. Of course, 2022 is updated until last week. And you can see that we had a high number of arrivals in 2016 and 2017, but then it gradually decreased and this year has picked up. Nonetheless, the arrivals that, in the case of Italy, that around 90,000 arrivals constitute 0.14% of the national population. So there is a lot of discussion about a relatively small number of people arriving. On top of that, we should also underline that these represent the arrivals by sea. But there are arrivals through the Western Balkans, which are not necessarily all recorded because they are green borders. Not all of the migrants are registered and recorded because they go through the borders, often unregistered. Now, obviously, one of the mantras in these days, in these years, is sharing the burden. But what I would like also to seize the opportunity here is that migration also is about sharing opportunities, which is not what is often discussed about. There is always the focus, there is the blame game that happens not just in the European space. This is worldwide. Migration is a divisive issue, has been an increasingly divisive issue in every election worldwide. Today, if we look at the numbers of global migrants, so people who are actually living in a place different than their birthplace, we arrive at 281 million people. 281 million people, if you want to visualize them, they constitute, we're talking about Bali, the population of Indonesia. Or, if it's easier for you, the population of France, Germany, Spain, Italy put together. Also important to say when it comes to data is that only 12% of the people are being rescued by NGOs nowadays in the Mediterranean. So when there is the narrative that NGOs have increased the number of arrivals, then we have to put that into perspective because they constitute only 12%. Having said that, there is clearly the need for a predictable disembarkation mechanism, and possibly also the revamping of joint patrolling rather than leaving to private vessels or NGOs the responsibility to rescue vessels in distress. The issue is also that what we're witnessing is that even private vessels are turning their eyes on the other side when it comes to rescuing vessels in distress because they fear, obviously, administrative consequences, fines and the like, which makes even more difficult for boats that are nearing vessels in distress actually going towards rescuing the migrants. When it comes, just a brief word on Ukraine, because I think it has been alluded to. The Temporary Protection Directive is indeed a useful template for future crises, especially when we talk about proximity, when we talk about crises mushrooming nearby, probably less so when we're talking about countries which are further afield. It has been used before, not as a directive, but during the Balkan War, many European Union member states adopted temporary protection for Bosnians, Serbs, and population coming from the Balkans seeking protection. That has the advantage of enabling people to integrate more quickly, having access to housing, to education, to work, rather than remaining in a limbo like the majority of the asylum seekers. So these are the numbers that obviously represent arrivals in the Mediterranean. As you can see, is not just about Africa; is also about Asia. Nowadays, the narrative is often, speaking about Africa, the people fleeing from Africa, but at the same time, there has been an increase over the years of arrivals from the so-called Eastern route. So countries like populations and citizens from Afghanistan, from Pakistan, from Iran are on the increase. They don't necessarily stay in Italy, but they transit through Italy to also reach the UK. Many of these are actually attempting to reach the UK shores. What we also have witnessed over the years is the mushrooming of protracted humanitarian crises. I've tried to put down a list, but it's really non-exhaustive. But if we look at them, we can talk about Syria, we can talk about Libya, Yemen, Afghanistan, South Sudan, as well as countries which have been affected by natural disasters, such as Pakistan. Recently, Pakistan has been affected by a flood, which has had consequences in terms of internal displacement, but also in terms of emigration. Not a secret to see that a number of Pakistanis have arrived at the European borders, have been increasing over the last period. These protracted humanitarian crises generate flows, but also generate dependency. They don't stimulate overcoming these humanitarian crises. The importance there is really the need for a political stewardship to manage these crises and go beyond the crisis in order to reduce that dependency and to minimize the flows. Unfortunately, we're seeing that even humanitarian crises become the battlefield of different political agendas. Sometimes even in certain, Libya, Afghanistan, just to name a couple, see a number of foreign actors trying to influence in one way or another the authorities and try to push their own agendas, and that is not helpful towards finding a solution. So politics is absolutely important, that there is a common discussion and a common roadmap to solve these humanitarian crises. What is missing nowadays? As it was mentioned, the migration is it's a complex issue. It's not something that you can tweet or you just limit to a couple of sentences. You really need to unpack it. There are different facets. But what is not told is that, as I said, migration has a overwhelming positive impact on European Union economies. I was at the presentation of a report launched yesterday in Italy, and it was ascertained that migration impacts, migrants contribute to approximately 10% of the national GDP. In some regions like Lombardy, where Milan is, that contribution gets to 12%. And shaping the narrative, as was said before, we often think of migrants as beneficiary, as a cost. But in fact, if we even look at revenues, and I'm again quoting the Italian example, but that's non-exhaustive, Italy, against the costs of assistance to migrants and the revenues coming from social security and other contribution from migrants, has a positive balance of 1.4 billion euro in 2021. So, and that has been on the increase in 2020. It was 0.6 billion euro. So the trend is on the increase despite the COVID pandemic, which also has had an impact on mobilities. The narrative is also very different from a central level and from a local level. If you look at the cities, for example, the big cities which are welcoming a lot of migrants, they speak of migrants like assets, not like beneficiaries, because they are conscious that without the support of the migrants, the economy might actually dwindle. Finally, I would like to just mention a couple of points that I think there is a need to have a discussion at European level to harmonize certain procedures. One is predictable labor migration mechanism, or so-called complementary pathways, regular pathways. There is an aging north versus a very youthful south. Again, to quote Italy, last year, 300,000 people have disappeared from the Italian map. A city like Catania basically has disappeared in terms of deaths and births in 2021. The other important element is also to have return policies, whether forced returns or voluntary return, because that is part of managing the arrivals of people seeking protection. There is a need to prioritize those in need of international protection versus others who are not in need of international protection. Therefore, those who are not entitled must or should be encouraged to return as soon as possible. Unfortunately, there is still a different way of acting between member states when it comes to return policies. I'll leave it at that, but happy to expand on any other points that I have provided. And I hope the numbers are clear enough.
Okay, I think so. I will already start with it before giving the floor to Gianluca. You already added a lot of facts and figures to the tour d'horizon that Loredana presented earlier on this afternoon. You did not mention one country, which is also now a bit in the center of attention. I don't know if you cover it, but if you can briefly comment it, Serbia. What's the role of Serbia in the recent migration flows? I'm not sure everyone in the audience has also followed it. Do you also cover
No.
Western Balkans and particularly the strange role of Serbia recently?
I don't cover Serbia, but what I can say is that Serbia has a visa-free policy with certain African countries, which is bringing, for example, citizens from Burundi, which land in Belgrade and then move further afield in Europe. So that is definitely.
But the Commission is closely watching and might propose to withdraw the visa-free regime for Serbia. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe also something to come back during the Q&A, but first, please,
thank you,
Gianluca, you have the floor. We are very curious to hear the
but
Italian
let me make a
perspective
little
on migration.
Thank you. No, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for hosting this event, which focuses on the Mediterranean. Is very timely. Of course. I give you an Italian perspective, an Italian sensitivity, not the official Italian position. I'm not here as a spokesperson for the Italian government. I'm here as a diplomat, as a practitioner who has been working for the last year and a half roughly on this file. And I know some aspects, let's say, from the inside. But on a general level, I think on a general note, I would like to start by disagreeing on one point, but it's also a way to have a lively discussion on this. I don't think that we can say that we have rediscovered migration, that migration is hot again and it wasn't hot before. Certainly, there has been a case, there has been a spat, there has been, and migration is making the headlines again. And before you had COVID, you had the Ukraine, you had a little event called the Russian aggression on Ukraine and all the follow-up in terms of all the implications also in migratory terms. And so those were the events making the headlines. And now we are they're a bit more normalized. And again, you see something that was not making the headlines, but that was intrinsically very significant coming on the forefront, which is the very significant increase of irregular arrivals across the Mediterranean and the Western Balkans, because that's also another very important point. And the rise of the deaths at sea. You have showed some very interesting data on this. You had a peak in 2016, 2017, then it went down very significant. Before COVID, it wasn't because of COVID, it was before COVID, it was because action was taken by Italy and then at European level. There were in 2018 European Council conclusions on the central Mediterranean route, spelling out very clearly a number of deliverables, of precise actions, many of which you have mentioned in your concrete actions. Then a bit of distraction, and implementation has slowed down. Some of those actions have not been carried on anymore, and Italy has been left alone continuing implementation, for instance, with support to the Libyan Coast Guard. Because it's true, the Libyan Coast Guard is the Libyan Coast Guard, is not the Norwegian Coast Guard. But unfortunately, we are our neighbors, our immediate neighbors, are Libyans. Unfortunately, or fortunately, not Norwegian. So you don't choose your neighbors; you have to work with them. Then we have. But the point was, we, as Italy, we have kept on working very diligently and very systematically on the file. And we have raised it again in the European Council, and the European Council has adopted the Council conclusion on the so-called external dimension of migration in June 2021. And then again, October 2021, and then again, December 2021, talking about the need for a new approach with a whole of the route, as they say in the jargon, mentality, tackling key countries of origin and transit, many of which, but not all of them, situated in Africa and North Africa. Then we've had, so there is agreement on this, there is agreement on the need to do that, there is agreement on how to go about that, there is an idea of using all the leverage, the combined leverage of member states and European institutions to achieve certain goals in terms of capacity building. So it's short-term goals, but also more long-term ones, eradicating the so-called root causes of migration. But some of them can be done with sufficient resources, political will, and a coordinated action on the ground in the medium and short term. They have not been done. They have not been done because we have focused single-handedly on one of the two aspects, two, let's say, facets of the mandate that the Council, the leaders had confided to the institutions. That is tackling instrumentalization, tackling some, again, more contextual, not structural aspects of the issue coming from the East, because they were clearly interconnected very deeply also with the Russian threat and the Ukrainian situation. And we have been and Italy has participated wholeheartedly in this effort. Not that we're saying, no, we shouldn't tackle this, we should only think about the Mediterranean. And we have achieved results very, very brief. We have taken, I was there, 3 days to find consensus on activating a directive that was death on arrival in 2020, death on arrival in 2021, 2001. Since then, nobody ever used it. Finally, was used to offer temporary protection to the Ukrainian refugees. Then we have tackled and diffused the Belarusian migrant situation. We have acted very efficiently, very effectively to when we saw that some Russians were willing to come and it was difficult to know who was who, and so we found a way, led by the Eastern European members of the Council, to screen them properly and to avoid opening our doors to this mass of unknown and potentially dangerous people. And then we started tackling the Western Balkans and Serbia. And Serbia has already, before we haven't raised that officially that threat of taking away the liberalization, but already after a visit, very timely visit of Vice President Skinas, they have said, okay, we will stop giving free visas to a number of nationalities, among which also Tunisians. Fine, all fine, but we have been completely dormant on the Mediterranean. So the first thing we are saying is, you've seen increase, 40, perhaps 48% year on year this year. And it's not like you might as well call it the Italian route, because the 99.9% are come to Italy and are saved, 60% of which are saved by the Italian Coast Guard. So we said, let's work on implementation. This is what we're trying to do now. We have been paying lip service to a number of, to the need to address the Central Mediterranean route, exactly how you said. So the problem is capacity building as search and rescue authorities, Coast Guards, MRCCs, you have to work with them, not against them, possibly. And working on legal migration, working on strengthening cooperation with the UN and with the UNHCR, with OIM, in order to promote assisted voluntary returns and reintegration. I think you have a funding gap on this in a number of countries, including Libya. We have come here at the European Union. We said we need to work with the UN and especially with the OIM and UNHCR when it comes to providing stronger programs of resettlement, so they don't have to reach through by paying a passer richer shores to apply for asylum. They can do it from where they are with the assistance of local authorities and the UN. But these things need the funds, and they need engagement with the UN, with the local authorities, which have their sensitivities. We said they're not champions of human rights. So we need to do that. We haven't been doing that because we were distracted on other things. And we've proposed, talking about the funding gap in the European Union, let's give more money to the OIM and to the UNHCR to do exactly what they do, to do it more, to do it better. They do it in Niger, they try to do it in Libya, and so on. And then there is the other dimension, so then I close it, so otherwise I speak too much, which is the internal, so-called internal dimension, the pact. The pact was never an instance of solidarity. The pact was an instance, it was an instance of fair sharing of responsibility, which, by the way, is a constitutional founding principle of this area, of course, based on Article 80 of the Treaty on the Function of the European Union, to be a bit academic, since we are, which means specific legal obligations. No, it was about strengthening Dublin, as you said, which you know it, is the opposite of solidarity, of fair sharing, is unfair shifting of responsibility, because all the responsibilities are shifted on the countries of first arrival, based on the principle that all the asylum claims are assessed and processed by the country of first arrival. And then there is an element of solidarity which is completely flexible. They say it's a flexible obligation, the principle, but the means are the principle is, let's say, compelling, but then the means are left to the will of the member state, and nobody provides relocations. So we've worked on that, and we have come to this declaration on relocations and on solidarity of last June, which is something that hasn't been working, because again, if there is a problem of implementation, you do agreements, everybody on papers agree, and then they behave differently. And we have agreed on 8,300 relocation, which is nothing in comparison with 90,000 arrivals, and not only for Italy, for all the Med5 countries. And to date, we have had 117 relocations after 5 months. 117 from France, Germany, 38 from France, Germany, and Luxembourg. So then I stop here. It's also quite hot. And then later we can discuss the details.
Yes, indeed. Not so positive, but at least we do better than the British, right?
Absolutely.
In terms of reallocation. The floor is open to the audience. Who wants to be the first? Yes, sir, please. Be very brief and short, because next time if you have a long expose, we'll just add you to the panel. So be very brief and short. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, great.
Hello. My name is Professor Linson. Two short reactions, if I may. Migration is one global challenge that forms part of an interconnected network of global challenges that, to my mind, can only be appropriately managed by first setting up a new global governance infrastructure. Second reaction, short one, don't worry. Ukraine. Russian intervention was provoked. It could have been prevented. All Putin needed was a nudge that was gracefully given by the warmongering United Nations, EU, and WEF system, knowing perfectly well what will be the disastrous consequences. So I am quite shocked by the hypocrisy regarding the Ukraine and Russian intervention, not to mention the double standards regarding migration and facilities for the migrants. Thank you.
Okay, that opens another issue, but we are collecting a couple of questions for the first round. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Torsten Moritz, Churches Commission for Migrants in Europe. Just a couple of remarks. We've always supported the solidarity aspect, and it's absolutely clear that Dublin needs to be overcome, and that one of the shortages of the pact is that it doesn't do anything about it. Having said that, at the moment, it's a bit difficult to understand. Foreign Minister Tajani went on record saying, we take the population share, 13%, that's 650,000 among the 5 million temporarily protected and arrivals. So
I didn't quite get
if you get 13% of the 5 million Ukrainians and others who've asked for protection, Italy would have to take 650,000. So maybe the mathematical exercise at the moment is a difficult one, and we need to look at a certain other dimension of it, including whether it makes a lot of sense, as we see with Ukrainians, that they can move where they have links. So that might be an interesting one.
That would be good.
I'm a bit concerned about the scandalization of migration, because the pure numbers we have, you said it, are limited. If you on Lampedusa put a building with toilets and showers, you avoid a lot of the problems there. But it's not been done for 15 years. And very concretely to say, how do you in this current context see the future of deals with third countries? Yes, you can complain about Erdogan, you can complain about the Moroccan king, about Lukashenko, but they've all been partners of the EU. So when you say Libya is our neighbor, as long as we do deals with gangsters, we shouldn't be surprised that we're blackmailed afterwards. So how's that? And last, very concrete question, in view of the current discussion on solidarity, do you see any way the M5 will agree to the screening regulation as it is?
What is the M5?
The Mediterranean 5.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, I know the G7, the the G19 now, right? The E44, but also the I understood. I'm just learning. Thank you. Another question? Yes, please. Just that the microphone is close.
Hi, thank you. Philippe Lefebvre, Keeping Channels Open. Just a simple question. When it comes to Ukraine and Mediterranean, how is it that we can now go back to the Mediterranean and ask them to sort of add new reforms, work more closely with us on migration, when they've been stuck behind so long? And then when it came to the Ukraine crisis, migration policy burst into action, potentially also because of a racial element of them being more European, whiter migrants compared to obviously most migrants coming from the Mediterranean being from an African background. So what are your comments on that sort of racialization of migration? Is it going to have an effect in the future? And do you think that it might hinder efforts to improve EU migration policy in relation to the Mediterranean and African countries? So,
okay, good. Do you want to come first?
Oh, on the last one, it was interesting because as I said, I was here when we negotiated the decision of the Council that activated for the first time this directive on temporary protection. I want to say you're right. There is a double standard. There is a cultural dimension to this. There is an identity dimension to it. We fought very hard, very, very hard to have the activation of the protection extended to non-Ukrainian long-term residents of Ukraine. There weren't many, but there were a few. It was a very, very hard, and we managed to prevail. There's always an element of compromise, so it wasn't complete equalization between the two categories. But we managed to, thanks to a sort of help backing that we received from the institutions, from the Secretariat of the Council, from the juridical service, because that's also how it works. Because you know what this is, they know that sometimes there are also alliances between member states and institutions because that is they play this role of let's say protecting the acquis communautaire, protecting European standards. And if you as a member state go in that direction, they try to help you. So we prevail. But to tell you how difficult it is, and it's not by accident that there has been a regulation, it's part of the pact, it's called Crisis Management and Force Majeure Regulation, that is supposed to extend that type of treatment that we gave to Ukraine to all situations that you can identify, the Commission might identify as crisis situation. Even after Ukraine, nobody has even started negotiations of that, that regulation. So, do we, or a part of us, still want to address case by case, on an ad hoc basis, different crises based on the characters and the features and the background of the poor people who are the victims of the guy? Yes, that's the way it works. I don't remember. I don't know if on this you want to.
I gave you a number of provocations.
Okay. Loredana, do you want to jump on this issue, which is linked to dehumanization and also racialization of the migration issue?
Yes. I took some notes about the different questions.
Yeah, please pick and choose.
Yes. Okay, so the first one on your provocation on numbers. Of course, you are right, but I think it's not just mathematics. So the migratory flows are different. In Italy, we are talking mainly about economic migrants, so a completely different procedure. And then, as we highlighted very well, it's different to talk about migrants from Africa than refugees searching for protection from Ukraine. Also, in terms of perspectives of integration in the labor market. So with Ukraine, we already have many success stories to tell. So of course, also the perception on people is completely different. And then on the cooperation with third countries, I think that this is an important element of managing migration, but we should be aware, first of all, of the impact of the cooperation with third countries in terms, for instance, of human rights and in terms of coherence. So we should be still a coherent partner as European Union. And it's not, it should not be the only part of the solution. So cooperating more with third countries should not replace what we are doing internally as European Union. Also because there is a high risk to become too dependent on other countries, and this is something that we cannot do. And then last point on migration as a global challenge. Indeed, it is a global challenge, but I think that first of all we should tackle this at the European Union level because we established an area of without internal borders, Schengen area, which means that when somebody comes to Italy, it comes to Europe. And what Italy is doing is also on behalf of the European Union. So this is why I'm starting from what we are doing at the European Union level, and the competencies are already there. So this is already part of the treaties. The European Union shall develop a common migration and asylum policy. So it's already there. What we are missing is the real political will.
Okay, thank you. Before the second round, do you want to comment on the ambiguous role of third countries?
Thank you for giving me hot potato. Very quickly on the global challenge, I just want to make reference to the Global Compact on Migration, the GCM, which is an overarching mechanism established in 2018 and where IOM is the secretariat. And that it has exactly the purpose of bringing together countries facing common challenges in order to find templates, replicable templates to their context. Obviously, migration cannot be replicated as is, or the solution cannot be replicated in one context to another context, but they do help in not reinventing the wheel and scratching your heads and trying to finding solutions. No, that's a forum that is going on, and there has been the International Migration Review Forum this year, which is actually coming with indicators on the achievements. I won't dwell now. We can discuss afterwards on this, or anyway, you can look at the IMRF or GCM, and you can find the way that how it started and how it went on. And where we are at this point. Of course, it brings together the globality of states, but there are interesting templates. For example, how is Canada managing labor migration? Because Canada has a shortage of manpower. Perhaps their experience can be interesting for the European context, or perhaps not. But engaging in that discussion is fundamental. On the externalization, very briefly, I think the elephant in the room is Libya, is the country that will never accept externalization because they are not chasing the buck, they're not chasing the money. And obviously disagreements between EU member states do not play in favor of involving those countries in a whole of a root approach in a common solution. So I think Libya is facing other challenges, like will face labor migration challenges, and trying to afford capacity building and how to manage migration to the benefit of the Libyan society will be the next challenge.
Okay, a couple of other questions to conclude this session, please. Yes, microphone over there.
Thank you. I assure you I don't have a comment. I have a very quick question. Camino Mordela Martinez, Central European Reform. Thank you. Quick question. Will the Migration Pact, as it stands, ever be adopted?
Okay, that's a good one. Anyone else? Final call? Yes, please. From the previous panel.
Just Wolfgang Buste, Austria. Just a final comment. As of November 13, in Austria, we had 100,000 asylum seekers. Austria has 8.5 million inhabitants.
Okay, I'm not going to comment on Belgium.
No, I think
what are the prospects of the Pact on Migration?
No,
yeah, please
on the last thing. No, because this is
Austria is a very important member state.
Very true. Austria is under a lot of. But this is precisely why I don't understand personally. I don't understand why there is reluctance to accept a system when you govern primary flows, which enables you to also govern secondary flows, which is what makes Austria one of the top 3 countries in Europe for asylum seekers. They want to go places where they like to be, or where they have family situation that they want to. So you have Germany, France, and Austria exploding now with the impact of the Ukrainian refugee crisis. But clearly, if the system is not governed, and the next step is raising borders and fragmenting Schengen, Austria, France, not Germany. So the answer lies in the pact, in a structural response. But unfortunately, as I was saying, the pact is not fair, is not based on the principle of solidarity. It would be fair if there was a collective awakening based on Ukraine, based on what is happening now, and an understanding that we need a system of division of labor on reception and arrivals, so that everybody is involved, all the member states are involved based on their size, based on their economy, based on demographic features. Also, there would need to be an understanding also that, for instance, there are elements of this system that give, I think, in my opinion, too much latitude, perhaps, to the people you welcome. Because if you need the consent of the asylum claimer to relocate that person in Ireland, because they don't want to go to Ireland, they want to go either to Germany or nowhere, which is the present system based on the Dublin regulation. I mean, I welcome you in the European Union. I try to make the standards of reception as harmonized as possible through the pact, which contains provisions to this effect. Then I also have to wait for your agreement to relocate you somewhere in the Union, not somewhere in an unsafe and unhospitable country. It's a bit too much. So you have to work also on these aspects. There is also this element of realism that we need to add to the mix.
Okay, thank you. And taking us back to the reality, I'm afraid time is running out. So no final comments, because to be continued for every one of us, but certainly also on the agenda of the Martens Fund. Thank you, Istituto Luigi Sturzo. Thank you, Martens Center. Thank you, audience. Thank you, panel members Loredana Teodorescu, Lawrence Hart, and Gianluca Brusco.
Mattia Caniglia, Associate Director at the Atlantic Council Digital Forensic Research Laboratory, and I'm also Affiliate Lecturer at the University of Glasgow. Today, I will moderate the panel NATO and the Defense of Europe between a northeastern shift and southern challenges. With me here will be two incredible speakers, Nicola De Santis, head of the engagement section in the public diplomacy division of the NATO headquarters in Brussels. Prior to this role, Mr. De Santis was for 9 years the head of the Middle East and North Africa section in the political affairs and security policy division of NATO, and he has worked for NATO for over 30 years. That's quite some time.
Time flies.
Time flies. And Paolo Alli, member of the executive board of the De Gasperi Foundation. Mr. Alli is also a non-resident senior fellow with the Atlantic Council Middle East programs and previously served as president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly from 2016 to 2018. Mr. Alli was also a member of the Italian Chamber of Deputies. So before starting, a special thank you to the De Gasperi Foundation for organizing this panel, and thank you to the Martin Center for hosting us in this fantastic event. Today's discussion will be structured in the following way. Our panelists will each answer 3 of my questions for a total of 35-40 minutes, and then we'll move to the Q&A. So, in a world that is increasingly contested and unpredictable, the threats are becoming more and more interconnected, especially when it comes about security, demographic, economic, and political challenges. Europe is reinforcing its ability to defend itself with the inclusion of Sweden and Finland in NATO, notwithstanding the current opposition of Turkey that these two countries will soon join NATO seems very likely. However, this could result in shifting NATO's geostrategic center of gravity even more decisively to the north and the east. And the risk is very much that the alliance might lose track of the threats gathering to the south. Clearly, the war in Ukraine has made blindingly clear that the alliance's greatest antagonist remains Russia, which threatens the Europe East, but keeping NATO focused almost exclusively towards the eastern and northern flanks risks leaving the continent's soft underbelly dangerously exposed. While the security situation to the east is absolutely alarming, the one in the south is not less concerning. A dire security situation is there aggravated by the impact of climate change, fragile institutions, health emergencies, food insecurity, which in turn provide fertile ground for the proliferation of terrorist and other non-state armed groups. As Moscow expands its influence through the Mediterranean, North Africa, and the Sahel, NATO will need to consider that countering Russia in the north and in the east cannot be done without considering issues in the south and planning accordingly. A failure to do so would risk the kind of political instability, insecurity, widening famine, or spiraling inflation that have triggered great waves of refugees and migrants across the narrow sea in the past, creating conflict both within European societies and among them and their neighbors across the Mediterranean. So this is the starting point from our discussion, and to break the ice, I'd like to go directly to Mr. De Santis. So, Mr. De Santis, NATO recently approved the new strategic concept in Madrid. How does this document changes the strategic approach of the alliance, and how NATO is balancing between the Russian threats and the other threats coming from the south or from the Far East?
So thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me and to share in time with you today. Thank the Martin Center and the De Gasperi Foundation for this invitation. Yes, you're right. 4 months ago at the Madrid summit, NATO approved a new strategic concept, actually the 4th strategic concept since the end of the Cold War. And I want to say this because strategic concept of NATO had been until November 1991 highly classified means secret documents. In November 1991, taking into account the changes on the European security landscape, NATO revised the strategic concept because, of course, Europe was changing, unprecedented opportunity for the return into the family of democratic nations of the countries on Eastern Europe, which had been unnaturally separated from the rest of Europe by totalitarian regimes. So NATO had to take that into account. So the strategic concept of 1991 is the first public, and it also, I would say it underscores the change from confrontation to cooperation in the security sphere. That's very important because NATO developed a totally new approach in order to facilitate the return of these countries into Europe, but also their democratic evolution. Programs like the Partnership for Peace in 1994, for example, which were designed to three main areas: democratic control of the armed forces, which means the subordination to democratically elected leaders. Those countries before the Cold War, there were no democratically elected leaders, and there was no civilian oversight of the military. Transparency of defense budget, the possibility that defense budgets in democracies are discussed in parliament, where even the opposition has a say on the way in which a country will allocate human and financial resources to promote the security concept of a nation. Third, interoperability, giving these countries the possibility to work together, to train together, so that we will share know-how and help the countries of Central and Eastern Europe and the successor states of the former Soviet Union to develop a capacity to defend themselves. So this idea of partnerships that we developed. So that environment, that security environment, has evolved over time. Every 9 to 10 years, we approved a new strategic concept. And I would say that until the last strategic concept, this idea of inclusiveness had been so important that Russia was part of the security equation. NATO not only invited Russia to the North Atlantic Cooperation Council in November 1991 to the Partnership for Peace, but we developed in 1997 a permanent joint council between NATO and Russia. Not a lot of people know that we had offices in Moscow, civilian and military offices in Moscow. So much cooperation had been going on for years. Now we live in a total different security environment, and therefore the fourth strategic concept had to take into account this change. In the 2010 strategic concept, Russia was designed as a strategic partner for NATO. Today, we say that Russia is the most serious threat to the security, stability and well-being and peace in Europe. And in fact, Russia shattered peace through its progressive move towards authoritarianism and towards an aggressive policy, trying to reestablish the old dividing lines in Europe, which we thought had gone forever. And we had to take that into account. That's why today Russia is factored in by NATO as a threat, with all its implications. Something which started in 2007 with the famous speech of Putin at the Munich Security Conference, where he outlined his vision. But of course, democracy always try to be inclusive. So we try to have a dialogue to continue. We evolved, we developed the NATO-Russia Council. All of this is gone. We live in a new security environment in which NATO today had to not only support Ukraine in such a way that this country will be enabled to exercise its right of self-defense, which is, of course, according to UN Security Charter. But we also had to take a number of measures to reinforce the security of our members. The core function of NATO is to defend its member countries so that they can perfect their societies, that they can continue to flourish. And that was very important. We have developed 40,000 troops in our eastern member countries because, of course, the three core security functions that are part of the strategic concept, deterrence and defense, crisis prevention and management, and cooperative security, outline this new vision. Deterrence and defense means the credibility also of our deterrence. And I must say, the credibility of our deterrence relies on our capabilities, the military capabilities. NATO is a political, but it's also a military alliance. So the adversary, in terms of deterrence, has to know that you are determined to defend your member countries, so that it is not worthwhile for any adversary to attack any of the member countries. You know, the famous Article 5 is ironclad. So we had to, revise, take into account this environment, one in which, for example, China, which was never mentioned in any of the previous strategic concept, is mentioned for the first time, because we live in an environment in which China is representing a systematic and systemic challenge to our values, the fundamental values that are enshrined into the NATO treaty, in the preamble of the NATO treaty: democracy, individual liberty, the rule of law. This international rule-based order, China wants to rewrite according to its own rules and wants to impose it through using economic coercion, using technologies and cyber, hybrid, and so forth. So all of this had to be taken into account. But not only this, terrorism, you alluded, what we call a 360 degrees approach, knowing that in order to protect our member countries, we have to look at our area of strategic interest, but because it's important. So the South is very important. But with the South, we have a number of other activities we developed since 1994, through our partnership, as I said, cooperative security, which allows us to work with a variety of partners across the globe.
Thank you, Mr. DeSantis, and I think we'll focus more after on how, though, the possible entry of Finland and Sweden could change the strategic balance of NATO eventually. But first, let's go to Mr. Ali. So, Paolo, traditionally in the past 10 to 15 years, both NATO and EU member countries have been characterized by what has been defined as a strategic divide, a strategic disconnect. Countries in the north and in the east have always pushed, and rightly so, the alliance to remain focused on the threat coming from Russia, while countries in the south have tried to make the case for the need to secure the Mediterranean and the larger Mediterranean. Some countries have been more in favor of NATO's out-of-area concept, while certain others, because of their strategic culture, have resisted it. So, will this strategic disconnect continue in the future? And if so, how could it potentially weaken the security of Europe in a worse scenario where Russia is on the offense, not only in the Eastern Europe, but also in Africa, although with different means, and China is becoming more assertive?
Thank you. Well, I believe that in this interconnected world, as you defined before in your introduction, East and South strategies for NATO cannot be separated or conflicting strategies. I think it's like the two faces of a coin. Security is one single and universal value. NATO today, I think, is a real global security provider, despite being a regional, what is so-called a regional alliance, but it is very, NATO is considered as a global provider of security. I have many experiences at the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, traveling to South Korea, to China, to all those countries. They are observing very, with a lot of interest, what is happening in NATO, because NATO model is very important. The Quad system in Far East is something which tries to imitate NATO. So I think that regarding the point of looking outside the borders, because Nicola said that our main goal is to defend member countries, but in order to defend, we must also project stability, as NATO says, outside our borders. The South is particularly important because now on the eastern side, we have to defend. On the southern side, we have to try to prevent threats coming from the south. In 2017, NATO established the Hub for the South in Naples, and that's an initiative which I consider very important because it tries to study the social, economic conditions, cultural, human conditions
which give rise to the problems of migration, of terrorism, regional conflicts, and so on. So this hub has been a very important indication of the attention that NATO pays to the southern flank, together with the agreements that NATO has with some African countries to train regular forces in Africa and so on. So I think that this must go on, and I'm sure it will go on. It will not be, how to say, reduced as an effort because of the eastern flank problem. I would like to make some points regarding China, which you mentioned at the end of your question. China's assertiveness dates back several years now. And they started with this form of new colonialism, new let's say economic neo-colonialism in Africa. And they established this huge project of the Belt and Road, which namely was an economic-driven project, but really is, in my opinion, the most important geopolitical project ever conceived by a human mind. Now, what's happening with the Ukraine war? That the Belt and Road project is stopped because the eastern countries of Europe, which were the terminal of the Belt and Road land route, we have three routes: maritime, land, and Arctic. That's stopped now. So I think that China has a problem with this huge project is stopped. China, I think I wrote in some articles that China has the keys, in my opinion, of the conflict in Russia, because in Ukraine, because if Xi Jinping stops supporting Putin, that would be the defeat, the real defeat of Putin. What is happening is that, in my opinion, the Belt and Road stop is one of the elements which could determine something interesting in China's approach. And of course, why I'm telling that, because the land Belt and Road has a land directory which crosses Central Asia and so on, and the maritime coming from the south. The maritime goes through Africa, and the ports in Africa comes to the Mediterranean and so on. But if the northern branch of the project is stopped, the southern one will not work. So I think that China is facing a difficult situation with the Belt and Road project, because they can go on with the southern approach, including also their presence in the Mediterranean region, but they are stopped now on the north. So I think this must be considered as a problem for Xi Jinping, and I think it will determine some decisions in the next future.
Thank you, Paolo. I think it's interesting what you said about like security in the north and security in the south being two faces of the same coin. It'd be interesting to see if NATO member states, but also European Union member states, will have the vision to change their strategic culture and understand that certain threats must be faced on both sides and not just on one. And I think this is very much the question that we are trying to answer today. But to come back to what we were discussing before with Mr. DeSantis, we have established that the new NATO strategic concept clearly states that Russia is the most significant and direct threat to the alliance and to peace in Europe. However, the threats coming from the south were not neglected in the document. Actually, they come before even the mention of China as a challenge. In fact, the MENA region and the Sahel have proved to be an area where Putin has been bolstering Russian influence and using it to make mischief. Russian intervention in the Syrian civil war has allowed it to gain a foothold in the Mediterranean. Meanwhile, with a more limited participation in the Libyan conflict, mostly through its Wagner group, allowed Moscow to link its growing presence in the Mediterranean with its effort to eject the West, particularly France, from the Sahel, where Moscow is now consistently present, not just in Central African Republic, but also in Sudan, and now in Mali, and possibly also in Burkina Faso. So Putin's, and on top of that, there is also the question of the arms sales that Russia has with Algeria and Egypt, the biggest buyers of weapons from Russia in Africa, which is also concerning. So I wanted to know, also considering your expertise on the MENA region, how do you think NATO will manage to play a relevant role in the South, considering the current situation on the eastern flank? And how would NATO balance, in terms of strategic priorities, change with Sweden and Finland part of the alliance? So, to put it in different terms, like if we have two new NATO countries from the north with a certain strategic culture, would this change the strategic balance of NATO? And if so, how we make sure that NATO, even if concentrated on the situation on the eastern flank, still considers as a priority what is happening in the south?
Well, I think you have to look at it as two complementary processes, because one thing is the process which led the alliance from the 16 members it had in 1991 to the members that it has today, you know, through a progressive inclusion according to Article 10 of the Washington Treaty on new members of the alliance. So membership is for countries which apply and countries that NATO believes can contribute to the alliance. But we have a complementary policy, which is the one of partnerships. In fact, we're talking about the three core security tasks, of which cooperative security is one of them. And what is cooperative security? It's partnerships. And NATO has had partnerships with the South. If you look at, you were mentioning the South, your preoccupation, fear that somewhat by being engaged in the eastern part of Europe, NATO would neglect the security challenges coming from the South. First of all, it's not the case because terrorism is mentioned in the strategic concept before China and right after, you know, Russia. And transnational terrorism come from areas of instabilities which are adjacent to the alliance, what we call the area of strategic interest. You know, we have an area of competence, which is the area of the treaty, the member countries, but we also have an area of strategic interest. Now, since 1994, we developed the partnerships with Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, Israel, Jordan, Mauritania, and later on, we developed, you know, the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative with the countries in the Arab Gulf. So these partners have worked with NATO on two, I would say, pathways, two pillars: political dialogue and practical cooperation. Through political dialogue, we have promoted since 1994 mutual understanding with countries very diverse from European member countries of NATO, countries who have different approaches to securities, in areas where the, I would say, distinction between domestic and international security has blurred. Think about not only terrorism, but also migration, for example, how it interacts also with our dynamics. So NATO there has focused on a different approach on the area of competence, the deterrence and defense, on the area of strategic interest with our partners. We have worked in the South to help them build the capacity of their defense and security institutions, sharing knowledge in the management, not only of the armed forces, but also how you run a Ministry of Defense, how you run, you know, a modern Chief of Defense Staff, and how you develop a different concept, which is a concept of cooperation with others. Many of these countries were not part of any framework of cooperation. NATO has provided a framework through its partnerships of cooperation with these countries. And I think this has built a different culture of cooperation also in these countries. So we have crucial partners there. You were mentioning before, you know, the others, the hub for the South. But we also have a NATO regional center in Kuwait, We have officers there before they were under my purview when I was in charge of that region, and they're working there with the Kuwaiti authorities. This is also a regional center where also cooperation is promoted with other 3 members of the Gulf Cooperation Council. NATO has developed a relationship with the countries of Gulf Cooperation Council. It has developed also political dialogue and consultations with the African Union. So this is part of what, that's why you heard in Madrid talking about a 360-degree approach, the idea that Paolo was mentioning before, that security is indivisible and it cannot be built at the expenses of anybody. That's why this idea of cooperative security is the one which helps us also work with countries that do not want and do not think they will ever be members of NATO. Finland and Sweden have chosen different paths. First of all, because I think these are countries which have built on many, many years of cooperation with NATO. Since 1994, both Finland and Sweden were members of the Partnership for Peace. They participated with NATO operations in the Balkans, in Iraq, and even in Libya. So these are countries that progressively have decided that their evolutionary process would bring them so close to NATO as to become members. And so these are different processes which I see as complementary and mutually reinforcing.
Thank you, Nicola. What about the NATO out-of-area concept? I mean, many analysts are saying that this is now dead and was very much buried by the new strategic concept. Do you think it's still out there, and do you think like the entrance of countries that are traditionally against interventions, like such as Finland and Sweden, would change this or not?
No, I think that, you know, we have to look at the fact that, and again, is this idea of a global NATO, not global NATO, NATO regional or global. I would say NATO is clearly a regional organization, but security challenges and threats are transnational and global in character. So if you want NATO to be an effective security provider for its members, it has to deal into account also, you know, security developments in other areas of the world in a more global approach, which will have an impact on our security. That's why we have partnerships, for example, with the countries in the Indo-Pacific. So I think that, you know, you have to look at this from an organization whose main core business is the security for its members, that in order to fulfill this, it has to look in a flexible ways to security challenges or threats, wherever they come from.
Thank you, and thank you also for answering the additional question. So coming back to you, Paolo, the Russian challenge on the southern flank, we have said this partially until now, but it comes in 2 forms. So first, Russia is deploying asymmetric and hybrid tools to expand its influence in Africa. But secondly, and most importantly, I would say the Mediterranean is also the key to Europe making good on its pledge to end its dependence on Russian gas. Europe will have to rely on new gas fields in the Eastern Mediterranean and import more gas from established North African producers, for instance, such as Algeria or Libya, and get more liquefied natural gas from Qatar using routes that actually pass through the Mediterranean via the Suez Canal. So I wanted to ask you how the strategic importance of the Mediterranean has changed in the past few years and after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, also considering the Russian presence in Sudan, in the Sahel, and in Libya, and why NATO should ensure that even if the Mediterranean is never going to be a Western lake, still is not going to become hostile waters?
Well, I'll be very brief in my answer. Russia's influence in Africa, okay, you said that the most important ways why, how Russia is trying to influence Africa as well. But I think that the Mediterranean Sea, the Mediterranean region has gained a new centrality in the past 2 years, mainly for negative reasons. And in my opinion, this is connected to the withdrawal of the US from the region. If we go back to the politics of Barack Obama and later on also Trump, if the most important partner of NATO goes back from the region because they say it's not our problem, then this is a problem, becomes a problem because terrorism, because migration, because of those issues. So the new centrality of Mediterranean is mainly negative for the time being, including the control of commercial routes through the Suez Channel and so on. But now maybe we have some positive reasons to look at the Mediterranean, which is the natural resources, natural gas resources and so on. I think that NATO should act strongly in strong cooperation with the European Union to try to have together a vision of what is happening in the southern flank in Africa, because Africa is a key point for the European strategy for the future, if we don't want that other actors come in from the south, and the European institutions are discussing about that. Someone speaks about a Marshall Plan for Africa and blah, blah, blah. And I think that the combination of effort between NATO and the European Union, also from the point of view of security, should have the Mediterranean region as one of the main goals, because NATO itself has some limitation, but the European Union must look at the southern flank very carefully.
Thank you, Paolo. And this is also like a perfect introduction to my last question to Nicola. We have seen how much like the complementarity between NATO and the European Union has been a useful tool when it came about the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the crisis that came out of it. In the context of what Paolo was saying about Africa, and considering that the European influence and the Western influence in Africa is currently suffering severe blows, we just need to look at how African countries are voting at the UN on matters related to the Russian invasion or to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, or to the recent announcement of the end of Operation Barkhane from France. So I was wondering, what role could the synergies between the EU and NATO have in the context of not neglecting the threats that come from the South, and what steps have been and will be undertaken to increase the complementarity between these two institutions?
But first of all, these institutions have a long history of complementarity. You know, always at the Rome Summit in 1991, NATO clearly stated in an official document, for the first time, I must say, that the development of a European security and defense identity reflected within the strengthening of the European pillar within NATO will reinforce transatlantic solidarity and cohesion. So fundamentally, this was the way in which the United States committed through NATO to the development of a European pillar. We then worked on the so-called Berlin Plus, arrangements, which in layman terms means that NATO developed a complementarity that would allow the European Union to have assured access to NATO's military assets and capabilities and planning cell when NATO as such would decide, for example, in a crisis that doesn't want to work, but since the EU could take on this function, then NATO would support this by making its assets and capabilities, including the planning ones, to the disposal of the EU. In fact, we negotiated an agreement which was called the Release, Monitoring and Recall of NATO's Assets and Capabilities, which looks at the modalities which this would detach from the integrated military structure of NATO, would be put through combined joint task forces under the authority of the EU to conduct these operations, which at the time were defined as Petersburg mission. But the mechanism is there. It's the same mechanism which allowed, by the way, NATO support to Operation Althea, which is a EU operation, and so that complementarity is there. This of course has been enhanced over the years by the synchronization of meetings between NATO and the EU. For example, the NATO Council and the committee, the PCSC, the Political and Security Committee of the EU, all these acronyms. But anyway, so with the two councils.
We're in Brussels, everybody understands.
Yeah, exactly. The NATO Council and the Council within the EU, which deals with security, the Political and Security Committee. So and also the synchronization meeting at the level of ministers, the meetings with Secretary General of NATO, the president of the commission, and so forth. And you have seen this at the test now with this crisis. The first, military crisis, which also presents a spillover that needs to be contained and that we are containing towards NATO and EU member countries. The reaction that there was immediately, in which you have had these meetings in which von der Leyen and Jean-Michel came to NATO headquarters, but not only the meetings, I would say also the complementarity you can see also in the fact that while the EU applied the sanctions, for example, at the same time NATO member countries provided, the capabilities to Ukraine to exercise its right of self-defense. So it's a complementarity that exists. And one of the areas of and we have now, for example, more than 40 areas of cooperation between NATO and EU in the security sphere, capacity building, cyber, and so forth, in 7 priority areas.
Disinformation.
And within these areas, there's also the exchange of views and the way to look at the southern region. So it's a complementarity which is being developed, which is ongoing, maintaining the difference between the two organizations, but organizations that, although have differences, remain complementary to each other.
Thank you, Nicola. And I think we are just on time to close with the last question to Paolo, and then we'll open to the Q&A. So Paolo, let's close with you. The invasion of Ukraine, a very likely enlargement of NATO, a contested Mediterranean, a contested world, really, a more assertive China. Will these dynamics create a stronger but less ambitious NATO, an alliance that somehow will find new strength in all challenges, the one it was created for?
Well, I think that a stronger NATO means a more ambitious NATO and not a less ambitious NATO, personally. And I don't think that we can speak only about all the challenges. If you're right, if you consider that the war in Ukraine is mainly a military war, which we would not expect to happen. But we cannot forget that it is a real example of hybrid warfare. Look at the importance of the control of the extra-atmospheric space for communications, the satellites from Elon Musk and so on. Look at the importance of propaganda in Russia, outside Russia, the influence on the public opinion in the Western countries by Putin and its propaganda, blah, blah, blah. So it's a perfect example of hybrid war, and I think that NATO is fully prepared to face these new challenges. I think also the interoperability concept has been very important, because if the Ukrainian troops were not trained to interoperability, the Western weapons would not be useful for them. So what is happening there is a success, in my opinion, of the NATO policies and of the Western policies. But let me say two additional things, close my answer. The 2 actors which have not been considered up to now. The first is India. I think that in the near future, India will become more and more important as a global player, and also from the point of view of global security. And if you see what Narendra Modi has done after the start of the war in Ukraine, it's very interesting, because he came to Europe, he visited Northern Europe, then European institutions had meetings in India and so on. So I think that EU and NATO must try to engage India, because if we don't engage India, somebody else will do. This is my first point, because India has the same population of China. Someone says that...
And it's growing. And it's growing while China is not.
Yeah, and India has a historical and strong relationship with Europe as well. The other actor is Turkey, which is a problem for NATO, but can be also a resource for NATO, because it's a problem in the sense that sometimes their political position are not so clear, but it's a faithful and loyal ally. Erdogan is very strong in front of Putin. He has been able to tell to Putin, Crimea must go back to Ukraine. No one else could have said that in the world without the strong reaction from Moscow. So Turkey is, I think, a resource also for NATO in perspective. Not going into details about internal political issues, but it's, I think we must consider Turkey as a key point in the region. Mediterranean is also connected, of course, with the Black Sea region. And the control of the Black Sea is one of the most important challenges now.
Absolutely. I'm going to let Nicola reply to the question of Turkey if he wants to. No? Okay.
But let's hear also the
so we open
otherwise we're going to monopolize.
To the Q&A? Yes, maybe the gentleman in the back and then the lady in front.
Thank you so much, Nicholas Novaki from the Wilfried Martin Center for European Studies. Very interesting to listen to the panel. Thank you so much to both speakers. Something that came to my mind while listening was this issue of the existence of bilateral national security guarantees between some European countries. Greece and France signed a bilateral defense pact, which also includes mutual defense commitment in 2021. And I was just wondering, what does the existence of these sorts of bilateral security guarantees mean for Article 5, and what does it say about Article 5, that some European countries feel the necessity of having these sorts of bilateral security and defense guarantees, despite also being NATO members? Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. We also take the other question, if you agree, and we answer them both later.
Thank you so much for this insightful panel. I'm Enriqueta Papa from the Foundation of Democratic Party of Albania. And I was really interested in this new 360 approach that you, Mr. De Santis, commented. And I'm interested maybe on a comment on the NATO challenges in the Western Balkans and the influence of Russia, but also of Iran in the Western Balkans, considering the latest cyber attack on the Albania, also the influence of Russia in Serbia, Kosovo, and also in the region in regards of Bosnia. So, is this a new challenge? In regard of this new approach of NATO, in considering the problematic of the region, that some parts of the region are NATO members, some parts of the region, some countries are not members of the region. So what about NATO and these influences? Thank you.
Thank you both very much for these very interesting questions.
We get another one? Another question?
Do we want to get another
one?
Okay,
yeah.
let's get three then.
Three and then...
Thank you very much. Philippe Lefebvre from Keeping Channels Open. Nicola, you mentioned about Berlin Plus, which is a very historic EU-NATO agreement. There's been some discussion, mostly in academia, about what's called a reverse Berlin Plus, whereby NATO could essentially use some of the tools that the EU has, economic, social, sort of these aspects, maybe more security. I wanted the panel's thoughts on whether that might be an idea to develop, whether there are aspects of the EU's security and defense, though not very developed as NATO, that NATO could use. And then a small minor question, continuing EU-NATO development, obviously one of the key sticking points is the relationship of Turkey and Cyprus between the EU and NATO. Turkey does not have a security partnership with Cyprus, and therefore the neither can meet formally. How much of a sticking point is there? Is that, and can more be done? So, reverse Berlin Plus, Turkey, Cyprus, both on EU-NATO relations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you also for the sum up.
No.
We have a lot. We have a lot on our plate.
So no, bilateral agreements. You know, countries have international agreements with others and so forth. But you have to look at Article 5 in its own merit. You know, Article 5 is part of a treaty, which is another agreement, among its members, for which they are committed to each other's security. In other words, Article 5 means that an attack against any of the member countries will commit the others to the defense of that country. Of course, that country will have to come to the NATO Council in crisis session and request this kind of help. NATO is intergovernmental, unlike the EU, is not supranational. So that's the first thing. The security of Western Balkans is inextricably linked to the security of NATO member countries. And that's why we have partnerships with the countries. Of course, NATO many years ago had to twice under mandate of the United Nations in Bosnia, UN Security Council. And by the way, that was an operation that, on the ground, the Operation IFOR, was implemented by NATO side by side with Russian armed forces. We had a Russian planning cell within the NATO military headquarters here in Mons.
And in Kosovo,
so, then with regard to Kosovo, of course, Russia was not in agreement with their campaign, but, NATO always, and it vetoed the UN Security Council resolution, but NATO allies always worked to get a UN Security Council resolution that they then got in order to deploy the Kosovo force, which is still there. So our commitment to the Balkans continues today. And it continues not only by the presence of KFOR, but also through the partnership that we have developed with all of these countries. And I think, again, you have to look at this as the complementarity of approach that was describing before. On one hand, you have members, but we also have partners, and members help the partners, develop their capacity, and by so doing, providing conditions of security and hopefully stability. There's a lot of advising, there's a lot of mentoring, and there's also a lot of political dialogue which is implied there. Now, the issue of Berlin Plus, you have to look at it in its own merit. But there's a number of principles that I want. First of all, you mentioned Cyprus. You have to look at the fact that NATO and the EU have different kind of memberships and have different policies. So you have to respect the independency of all of this. But again, the idea here is that the Berlin Plus are conceived through three fundamental principles. One is the avoid duplication of existing structures. For example, the European Union, and that's why complementarity there, because the European Union has a political and security committee like the NAC, it has an international military staff, but it doesn't have shape, it doesn't have, the strategic command. Then there is an issue of non-discrimination, not discriminate any of the allies who are members of one organization but are not members of the other. And third is a fundamental element that we have seen again with this crisis in the complementarity between NATO and Europe, which is the non-decoupling, to avoid decoupling of transatlantic security. As long as we maintain these principles, I think it's going to work out. Of course, it would depend and will have to be looked on a case-by-case basis and in its own merit.
Thank you, Nicola. Paolo, do you feel like adding?
Just a short point regarding the Western Balkans. I think Western Balkans is a problem for NATO, but it's a problem for the European Union as well. So this is another common ground of cooperation between the two organizations. If we don't close this hole inside Europe, there would be easy access by, let's not say Turkey, but Saudi Arabia, China, and other powers coming in Serbia, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and so on. What I'd like to say is that it would be interesting if the Western Balkans could reverse the historical trend of countries entering NATO before entering European Union. All the countries of the so-called enlargements after the end of the Cold War have accessed NATO before, and later on, some years later or some months later, they joined also the European Union, all of them up to now. And some joined NATO and not yet European Union. Could be interesting if in the Western Balkans case, the process would be reversed. For example, Serbia would very hardly become member of NATO, but it could become member of the European Union. And then eventually, we can see what happens later. So it's just a consideration.
Well, I think interestingly, part of the complementarity between the two organizations is also like in these kind of situations, like for instance, the Balkans, where maybe NATO is not the best organization to absorb this country in that region, but the European Union might be. I said absorb, which is not really a nice term, but include, thank you. Do we have other questions? Yes, milady in the front.
Hi, thanks. My name is Sandra Kaduri from Keeping Channels Open also. I obviously agree with being ambitious, and we have to be. I'm just wondering about some limitations for NATO and EU and being realistic. And it's a bit provocative, but obviously we can't afford any new fronts. And I'm glad to see Biden and Xi talking about resolving some differences and avoiding a new Cold War. I mean, given all the economic things we're going to be paying for now and our domestic crises, I mean, shouldn't the strategy be really building up regional organizations a lot more as well to assume responsibilities in other parts of the world rather than thinking that we can cope with it all as well? And, you know, I just worry about too much responsibility on sort of Western shoulders, on NATO and EU to solve all the problems around the world.
Thank you. The gentleman with the tie, all on the left. Sorry, I'm gonna, you know, you're gonna need to walk a bit here. I'm making you go in lens. Yeah, the gentleman with the tie on the left.
Thank you. I'm not the only one with the tie, but okay. Hello, how do you do? Professor Linston speaking. I shall be a little disruptive, as usual. NATO and this debate is making me somewhat uncomfortable.
Can you go with the mic closer to...
Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Better? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, NATO and this debate is making me somewhat uncomfortable. It sounds a bit like NATO wishes to progressively impose some kind of Western global governance controlled by the US.
I mean, it doesn't get more controversial than that, does it? Shall we take another question? And thank you for the question, though. And thank you for being controversial, which is always something that I appreciate. And yes, there are the two questions. We'll take them both, and we'll try to do our best to reply to them.
Thanks very much. I'm Ian Bond from the Centre for European Reform in London. Okay, I'm going to be controversial as well and say, I mean, it does slightly feel in this debate as though because we have a hammer, everything is a nail. And I mean, well, we may come at this from rather different perspectives. I'm very much in favor of NATO taking on the military challenge of Russia. But I'm quite puzzled about what NATO should do about the South, because most of the challenges there are not very military, and you enumerated them. You know, they include things like environmental challenges, food security, things that actually NATO is very ill adapted to deal with. So, I mean, is there a risk in trying to preserve this balance between the East and the South that you end up with NATO doing very badly a number of things that other organizations would do better?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I guess this is very much the question we're trying to answer here. And
there was another question.
Yeah, there was another one, and then we'll answer.
I like questions.
I mean, now this is going to be controversial too, because if so, I definitely need to be careful what I wish for.
Well, I don't know if it will be controversial. I'm Dave Rowe of the German Marshall Fund. And I would like the panelists to speak briefly to the idea that, one, NATO is an alliance of democracies, and yet we're in a world of substantial democratic backsliding where the values of democracy are really being questioned around the globe. And so how does that affect NATO and its ability to provide defense to Europe, its ability to create a strong, what I'll call transatlantic relationship with the United States? Is the weakness and backsliding of democracy also not a strategic issue that NATO must grapple with?
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting round of questions, and I wouldn't like to be in your shoes to answer.
That's okay. Okay, I'm not going to answer the question on the regional because, and I would leave it to Paolo perhaps. The idea there is that the different systems, coexist and work together and are complementary. Our partnership with the EU, for example, is an example. We have also partnership with the OSCE, with the United Nations. We have an office also in New York at the United Nations. So complementarity there, and the fact that different the work, and NATO's added value, by the way, it's in the security sphere. It's not NATO is not an organization that can take care of all the problems. So complementarity is also there, but I think then Paolo will address this better, because for me, this idea of complementarity means that each one has its own specificity, but each organizations, benevolent dialogue, they also see how they can cooperate, and certainly the cooperation between NATO and the EU is a success story to this end. Now, I don't think that NATO is the panacea to all the security problems and also of the problems who have security implications of the world. So NATO's added value, it's in the security sphere. But NATO is a pole mill organization. It's a political and military organization. The major, I would say, achievement of NATO has been to bring together Europe and North America. It has done this through, during the Cold War, in which the United States were very much present in Europe, also militarily. For example, remember when the US had 300,000 troops, and now today NATO is talking about, in addition to the reinforcement for the East, which are both on the 40,000, but also the naval and air components, is talking about making ready 300,000 troops at a short notice. Does it ring a bell, 300,000? Which means it's very clear what's the added value of NATO, and the fact that NATO cannot be replaced in this essential function of bringing together the transatlantic family of democratic nations. And throughout its 75 years of existence, it has created a culture of cooperation between Europe and the United States in a unique way. This is the only organization that can prevent war, but can also manage conflicts when they happen. Look at the Balkans, look at Libya, and look at what's happening today in a deterrence more than in the past, but there was more crisis management and at some point also peace enforcement. So, again, NATO is not the panacea to all the problems. We have a specific role. The issue of partnership is also very crucial to this end. And it's a key of complementarity, because also the US partnership with a number of different countries. What's the added value of NATO? Well, it's in the defense and security sector. We're helping countries reform their security and defense institutions so that they can develop the capacity and capabilities to deal with the security challenges that affects them. By so doing, we're enlarging the space of security and stability. So that's very clear in the issue of cooperative security, which is different from membership. And that's why. The other thing is NATO is intergovernmental. Going to your question about NATO can, this is the old idea, which is also part of Russia disinformation, that you try to equate, the role of the United States in NATO, the one that Russia had in the Warsaw Pact. No, it's not this. NATO is an intergovernmental organization which takes decision by consensus. If one country doesn't agree, you cannot have a decision. If decisions have been taken so far in a direction or in another one in these 75 years, it's because its members, very much agreed. And this is also the power of attraction of NATO in the security and defense sphere, because you join a community of values and a community of interest, and the common security of this, common interest of this community is security, of course. And that's why it went through an evolutionary process between 16 members, which we had up until 1991, to the 30 that we have now. And there's a power of attraction of others, other countries which are looking at NATO in terms of inclusion. And again, the added value is to be the umbrella at the end of the day for new members. If you're under the umbrella, you're more secure. If you're outside the umbrella, you're less secure. We all hope that there's going to be sun tomorrow, and exceptionally now we have sun in Brussels, but at some point it's going to rain. You want to make sure that you have a kind of golf umbrella. A golf umbrella is large enough so that, when you go to work, you have your own suit and you don't get wet.
Thank you for the weather metaphor in Brussels. It really
thought it was appropriate.
It really stings. Paolo, do you feel like...
No, I have nothing to add to what Nicola said, just a consideration on the topic of democracy, exporting democracy and blah, blah, blah. In my country, in Italy, this is a very popular debate, but I think not only in Italy, that the Western countries want to export, want to impose democratic models to other countries, and this is not successful. This is a debate, an old debate, but I think if we are called to interact with another country which wants to develop itself, which kind of model should we suggest? The totalitarian model, the Chinese model, the Russian model? We must propose the democratic model. This is And I always say that we are slaves of freedom because we consider freedom on the top of our values, and we become slaves in some way, because freedom means that you must have the consensus of everyone, you must give to everyone the opportunity. So democracies are slower than autocracies. Democracies look less efficient than democracies, but democracies are the best, as Churchill was using to say that is the worst type of government besides all the others.
And I think it's good to close on this note, and we're happy that this panel made you engage in such an interesting debate. And thank you for attending, and thank you to the speaker, Nicola
Thank you
De
very much to all of you.
and Paolo Ali.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, our panelists, also moderator.